All right, good morning, everybody. Today's date is September 14th, 2022. This is a regular meeting of the members of the State Liquor Authority being conducted in our office in New York City and video conferencing to our Albany and Buffalo offices. Present today are Chairman Bradley, Commissioner Fan, and Commissioner Ford. Staff in attendance, Acting Counsel Amarato, Deputy Commissioner of Licensing Donahue, and myself, Secretary Roper. This meeting is also being live streamed to the Authority's YouTube channel. Next meeting dates are September 28th and October 12th. While in the meeting rooms, please silence your mobile phones and take any phone calls or conversations outside. No food or drinks in the rooms. For the people in New York City, the public restrooms are located on the second floor. And please do not touch the microphone when you approach the podium. Items will be called in the order they are signed in. First in Buffalo, then Albany, and then in New York City. There may be some exceptions. When your item is called, please approach the podium and identify yourself. Representatives should also identify their clients who are present with them. Chairman, do you have any announcements?
I do. Last board meeting, we did a lot of advisories that changed, I guess, for lack of a better word, the application process. There's a lot of things that we are not asking for in the application anymore, particularly for on-premise and liquor store applications. There's going to be more today. If you haven't seen that, at the end of the meeting, we'll be announcing more today. This is all in an effort to try to streamline this process and help alleviate the backlog that I'm sure everyone's aware of. Tom has an announcement that he's going to make to try to help everybody to better understand these changes.
So what we've decided to do is to conduct essentially a WebEx, I don't want to call it a training, but maybe like an orientation discussion of the new advisories. What we're thinking about is maybe having 2 one-hour sessions. They repeat themselves. You don't have to go to both of them. We're going to limit the attendees to 25 people. It's just easier to manage a WebEx with that number. We'll put something up on the website. I'm think probably for next Wednesday, but we'll have something up on the website, and then once it's up there, you can respond to which time slot you want. What I would ask is that just one, for those of you from law firms or companies that represent licensees or applicants, one person from your firm. All right, so that everybody gets a chance to participate. Don't send me any emails right now about, there'll be something up on the website either today, tomorrow or Friday, and then you can request one of the time slots. But we're probably figuring either late Wednesday afternoon, late Wednesday morning or early afternoon, two slots in there, just to go over the new advisories and to explain to you how we'll be dealing with them.
I misunderstood you though. You're having the WebEx on Wednesday, or you're going to announce?
No, we're going to do a WebEx. I'm thinking we can do it by then. If not, we'll put something up as far as the specific date. Right now, I'm kind of targeting next Wednesday, but we may have to juggle that around.
And for those of you who can't get in, or it's not a good time for you to watch, one of them will be recorded and put up on the link will be put up on our website. That's all done.
Okay. So first I'm going to pull, because I believe we already have several people who signed in for it and who are just viewing it. But 1443H, it's the public hearing on proposed changes to split case fees. This is just a public comment. For public comment. Yeah. So if anyone wants to come up and speak on it right now, currently. I believe we have someone in Albany as well. If they want, would you want them to go first? Albany.
Why don't we wait till the chairman gets back?
Wait, yeah. Annie, Jody.
Yeah.
Is there someone that wants to speak on the proposed public hearing?
I am. Is no one else here to speak?
I think you're the only one.
Oh, I'm planning on speaking too.
Oh, we got two.
He was here before me. No, he was here before me.
Okay.
Just sit here.
Well, we should just get back.
Such as it is.
Such as it is, I guess, right?
Okay, whoever wants to go first, just come up and introduce yourselves.
Hey, everybody. I hope everybody can hear me. Thanks for having us today. My name is Kevin Dugan. I'm the Director of Government Affairs for the New York State Restaurant Association. I've got a little short prepared statement here on the proposed rule on the split case fee. I think it's important to frame the struggle many restaurants are currently going through in regards to the split case fee and the proposed rule today. Rising costs and lack of available staff have forced many owners to completely change their business models, and quite frankly, many are still struggling to make ends meet. This is why it's so important for the State Liquor Authority to ensure that the proposed rule on split case fees is adopted, and we protect many of the small businesses and eateries that call New York State home. But one started out as $1 per case surcharge when first instituted to compensate wholesalers for the additional labor associated with splitting cases has, over time, changed into a substantial revenue generator for the liquor wholesalers. This $1 surcharge is now more than $30 in some cases, and in the current marketplace, this represents a significant expense for many restaurants. That's a 3,000% increase in a substantial cost for many restaurants who should already be protected from this type of escalation when it comes to the specific fee. Simply put, existing laws should prohibit this fee from raising to this level. Rule 65.4E of the Alcohol Beverage Control Laws in New York State put strict guidelines in place on how much wholesalers were able to charge licensed retailers, a law that wholesalers have continuously ignored for the last several decades. While the industry understands that splitting cases requires additional labor, and that a fee at some minimal level may make sense, we cannot abide by a 3,000% increase from the original guidelines set by statute. This should not continue to be a revenue generator on the backs of the restaurants for these wholesalers. We need the State Liquor Authority to step in and rein these fees in. I have some evidence here about some of the struggles that restaurants are currently going through when it regards to sort of the economic climate we find ourselves in terms of inflation and things like that. I'll submit those in public comments. I don't need to go through those now. And I can leave it at that, I suppose. I just want to thank everybody for the time again today. And I don't know if there's questions or answers, but happy to answer any questions folks may have. But thanks again.
Okay.
Good morning. I'm Scott Wexler, Executive Director of the Empire State Restaurant and Tavern Association. The association was founded following the repeal of Prohibition in 1934 and has represented on-premise alcohol beverage licensees across New York since then. I'm here today to offer brief oral comments in support of the proposed changes to the regulations governing split case fees. The association will also be submitting written comments to the authority to more fully address this issue. I want to begin by thanking Chairman Bradley and the authority staff for undertaking a review of this issue after receiving the association's request and gaining an understanding of this issue from the perspective of small retailers. While we initiated this process formally a little more than 2 years ago, we've discussed this for what seems like forever. I also want to thank the many New York State legislators who heard our concerns over the years about these exorbitant fees and encouraged us to bring this concern to the Liquor Authority. Their support provided the backstop we needed to pursue this regulatory change. I also want to publicly acknowledge the support of the New York State Restaurant Association and the New York City Hospitality Alliance. Once the authority decided to undertake a review of this issue and bring in other industry members, they joined our call for change and have been stalwart advocates of this proposal, as you just heard from Kevin Dugan. The regulatory impact statement filed in support of this proposal by the authority does an excellent job of explaining the history of this regulation and the rationale for the change. In short, liquor wholesalers received SLA approval back in the day to impose an extra fee on small deliveries based on the rationale that they incurred extra expenses on these deliveries. The SLA last updated the fee permitted in the regulation in 1981 to about $2 per case, but many wholesalers now charge split case fees well in excess of this. The two largest wholesalers are charging $30 and $36 per case. This adds up to about $4,000 each year for the typical small restaurant or tavern ordering 2 split cases of liquor each week. And that doesn't include delivery fees also charged to these small retailers. But that's not part of our discussion today. If you accept the principle of split case fees, as the Liquor Authority's regulation has for all of these years, then the fee must be related to the cost incurred to split cases. Otherwise, the charges to retailers run the risk of being unlawful for being discriminatory to small retailers. Using the Consumer Price Index as the basis for adjusting the fee is a sound practice since the current actual cost of splitting a case are not known to the authority. That's in spite of their efforts to gain insight into the actual costs incurred by Empire and Southern, by which, to my understanding, the wholesalers chose not to volunteer. This proposal will have a meaningful impact on small retailers if enacted, reducing the fee charged most retailers from $36 and $30 per case to $7 and $39 per case is very real savings, which adds up to thousands of dollars over the course of the year. As my colleague, Mr. Dugan, just a few minutes ago illustrated to you how critical that is at this point in time. So we urge you, the members of the authority, to adopt this proposal as soon as possible, and most importantly, to develop a plan for ensuring compliance with the updated fee cap. All of your work will be for naught if the updated fee cap is ignored by the regulated community. Thank you.
Thank you, Scott.
And that's no one else in Albany, correct, that wanted to speak on this?
Nope, that's it.
Okay, and I just for the record, I forgot to check with Buffalo because I knew Nicole in Buffalo. There's no one there, correct? No one signed in? Or I'll come back later. She might have stepped out. Someone in New York City?
Good morning.
I thought there was some reason all the lawyers were in the room today.
Well, I thought it was a good time to come and see you all in person. My name is Robert Bookman from the law firm of Pozetsky and Bookman. We are counsel to the New York City Hospitality Alliance, a non-for-profit trade association representing the industry here in New York City. We have over 2,000 establishments across the 5 boroughs, making us the largest hospitality trade association in the state. After 30+ years of practice, before this agency, I'm proud to say I'm not too old to learn new things. I want to thank Scott Wexler and his organization for educating us on the importance of this issue. While New York City is known for large, establishments, we have plenty of small mom and pops, and especially in the boroughs, and that's where the growth area in the industry is right now. And this is an important issue here in New York City and to our members as well. So we want to thank the SLA for proposing this regulation. We already submitted written comments. I won't bore you with repeating them. I just want to highlight that it's by providing wholesalers with a clear and lawful increase in split case fees from what is posted in the regulations since 1980, with the promise of enforcement as two sides of that same coin. We wholeheartedly support these proposed rules. The publication lays out the history very well. It lays out the justification for it very well. The current lack of enforcement has created something of a anything goes situation out there as a result of split case fees. By nature, it's discriminatory against small businesses. This is especially needed now, given the struggles that the industry is still in the midst of, and especially here in New York City. Finally, we think that this rule language is clear, it's easy to follow, it's transparent, and there will be no more excuses, by the dominant wholesalers for not following it. So we thank you. We encourage you to finish the adoption process, and we look forward to the enforcement.
Thank you.
Thank you.
right. Is there anyone else in New York City? Okay. And again, I might have accidentally, hold on one second. Accidentally muted Buffalo. Oh, Nicole, try to unmute yourself now. I guess I did something. That didn't work, did it?
Is there anybody there? You can just turn around.
No, no one's there, but
Just turn around.
all right. Yeah, it looks like I did something to mess it up. Nicole, if no one's there, you can go ahead and sign off when you want. Thank you. Sorry. All right. So the public comment period will continue for like the written comment period will continue for 5 days after the public hearing, and after that's the case, it'll be put back on the calendar for a decision at a later date. All right. Thank you. Next is Nick's going back to Albany. It's 1382 Ballard Wine and Spirits, Inc.
No, you can sit. Come over. Over here. Good morning.
Morning.
Good morning. My name is Sean May. I'm here this morning with Blake Lowe and Tom Ellis. They're the principals of Ballard Wine and Spirits. It's a new package store in Wilton, New York. I believe there's a protest here. If you want to
Yeah,
start
can
with-
we hear? We'll hear from the objectors first if they're there.
Okay.
Good morning. My name is Dan Renahan. I'm an associate at the firm of Bowers and Del Peril in Chatham, New York. I represent the Road to Hannah Inc., doing business as Divine Wines in Wilson, New York. And I'm speaking today in opposition of the application of Ballard Wine and Spirits. As we stated in our letter to the board, there's no public convenience or advantage for the board to grant this application. As we indicated in our response to your inquiry, our revenues have been shrinking for the last 3 years, and
Really?
rather than that being an indication of our poor, business, it's an indication of an already saturated market.
Can I interrupt? Can I interrupt you? I'm not following your analysis of their revenues.
Sure.
643,000 in 18, 711,000 in 19, 2020 931,000, which I'll acknowledge is a COVID bump. 2021 is 860,000, and right now it looks like they're going to at least do as well as they did in 19.
That's not my understanding from my client. The 2021 number of 860,000 is a reduction from 2020.
It is,
And-
yeah. But everybody upstate, at least in our experience, encountered a significant bump in a package store business because of COVID. And your clients clearly did as well, almost over 200,000 increase in their sales. That I don't expect that to continue, but in 2021 their number was still 860. But go ahead.
Right, but it's a
I mean,
decline.
it doesn't serve us at all if you're going to sit here and tell us your client's losing money when what they sent into us indicates that's not true.
All right, Your Honor. But that was an indication that these are small businesses and a market that's already pretty saturated. Saratoga County is experiencing a lot of growth, but not in the area of Wilton. It's sort of not growing as fast as the rest of Saratoga County. And our argument today is a simple one. There's no growth in this area of Wilton, and it's a market that's already saturated. There's plenty of wine and liquor stores in the area, and these are small businesses trying to survive.
Okay.
So we respectfully request you reject the application.
Thank
Thank
you.
you for your time.
Okay, members, thank you. If we could just address the objection.
No, I don't, I just tell us what the public convenience and advantage is, please.
Yeah, okay, so this area of Wilton, we're up at exit 16, which is a whole nother exit from where the Wilton Mall is located. You can see in my submissions, there are the densely populated neighborhoods right behind this Stewart's off of Ballard Road. First of all, this is the #1 Stewart's in the whole company, the busiest, the highest revenue performing Stewart's in the whole company. Ballard Road is a thoroughfare, it's a commuter road. There are the Target Distribution Center, the Ace Distribution Center, plethora of recreational activities up there. It's a busy place. There are some stores to the south, about 7 miles for like Divine Wines, for example. The closest store to the north of us is in Glens Falls, another exit up the Northway. We'll be servicing Corinth, Northumberland, Moreau. Moreau's got 12,000 residents, you know. The Divine Wines here, they're a high-end store. Healthy Living Market is not a small business. It's well over 100 million in revenue a year. They sell high-end wines, boutique wines.
You mean a million in revenue?
Yeah, a million? No, I thought it was more than that. They have 3 stores. They're
I didn't. Well, they can't have 3 stores. They can only have 1 store.
no, I'm sorry. Yeah, well, the Healthy Living Market
the
is
store
the
we're
grocery
talking
store.
about, the store we're talking about has between 700 and 900,000 in revenue.
The wine store itself, yes, correct. So we'll be servicing the population that's, well to the north. The Moreau, the Wilton area to the north, the commuters on Ballard Road, the industry over there. Again, that Stewart's the #1 Stewart's in the whole company. There's a new development going right behind that Stewart's. It's a multi-use, apartments on the upper floors, businesses on the first floor, and
by Belmont?
yeah, there's a new development near Jones Road for Melanie. It's Wilton itself has shown a modest growth, but there is development there, and especially in the commercial realm. Businesses, there's the
Industrial park.
The industrial park up there was one of the places Amazon considered putting a warehouse.
They are putting one.
They are putting a warehouse. Amazon's going to put a warehouse near that industrial park in Wilton. Just vicinity alone, there's public convenience and advantage for this location off of exit 16.
What else is in this plaza besides Stewart's?
Right now, it's just the Stewart's. It's the rehab Stewart's. This location that we're going into used to be a bank. They moved out. It's vacant right now.
Scotty's, you have across a little up the way, you have a mobile.
Yeah, well, there's, of course, the exit 16. Right next door is a large plaza for people stopping off the Northway and truck stop.
There's a Target distribution center across the
Right
street
across
too.
the street,
Yes.
yeah, right across the street.
There's
That's
also Ace right down the street, and the proposal is for Amazon Warehouse to be opening up a facility on Edie Road.
yeah, right next door. The Target distribution center is it's a 1.5 million square foot warehouse. The Ace Center right next door also 800,000 square feet. All employees. There's the 100-acre Coldbrook campground, very popular in the summertime. A plethora of recreational areas around there. And again, Ballard Road's a very busy commuter road. Densely populated neighborhoods right to the south of us. I try to highlight it in my submissions.
And if I may, to go
Yeah,
to
please
their,
do step up.
if I may, to go to Divine Wine and to head towards Ballard Wine and Spirits, you'd be going to 2 different directions. And if you were to leave Divine Wines to head towards our area, which is Divine Wines is 7 miles away from our current location, you'd be passing a plethora of stores in between that can take care of the needs of anyone in the Wilton community that won't affect us being at exit 16.
All right,
It's pretty remote. It's pretty remote.
Donald, I think we're ready.
we're ready.
All right, members are ready to vote. Commissioner Fan?
The 2 closest stores are over 4 miles away. I find public convenience and advantage. I'm going to vote to approve.
Commissioner Ford?
I'm surprised that Wilton doesn't have a store already.
Well, they do, but it's 6 miles, 7 miles away.
But it's 6 miles south. I mean,
7
I
miles
don't
away.
Yeah, it's down the north way. It's quite a ways away. And exit 16 is a really busy interchange. I do know that. So I do find that this meets public convenience and advantage without doubt.
Chairman Bradley?
Yeah, I'm going to vote to approve as well. The closest store is 4.4 miles away, and there appear to be six stores within 7 miles, but I just think the 4.4 miles, to me, is enough public convenience and advantage to approve this store, so I'm going to vote to approve.
Thank you very much.
Good luck.
Are we all set? Thank you so much for your time this morning. We really appreciate it. Have a great day.
Thanks for coming.
Good day.
Bye.
Thank you.
Yep. Next is 1367 Encore Lounge LLC.
Good morning, members. Good morning, Chairman Bradley, Commissioner Fan, Commissioner Ford, senior staff. My name is Mastin Sansom. I'm the attorney for the applicant. I'm joined here by Jameer Holland. He is the president and owner of Encore Lounge LLC at 71 Fuller Road in Albany. This is an on-premises application that was referred to the full board because the prior licensee apparently had numerous complaints stemming from May of 2019 to July of 2019, from noise complaints to physical alterations or altercations. However, this new applicant, Mr. Holland, has no affiliation whatsoever with that licensee and is really excited and looking forward to hopefully opening up an establishment and obviously running it in full compliance with the law and being a responsible operator. He has a very strong security plan, alcohol security plan. He's also reached out to the Colony Police Department in formulating that plan and making them aware of his intentions. And I think before you should have not only a copy of the application, obviously, but a letter from the Colony Police Department, as well as the proposed alcohol security plan. If I could, I'd actually like to just turn it over to Mr. Holland to explain a little bit about his background. He's an experienced businessman and has done some pretty incredible things.
Hello, everyone. Again, my name is Jameer Holland. I currently do own a cheerleading and dance business. We've been in business for 14 years. The name of the company is Triple Threat Athletics, where we train kids ages 3 to 18 to compete and train around the country at various different competitions. Aside from that, I also do work for the City School District of Albany, where I am also their cheerleading coach there, but also their theater arts teacher, where I have a big background in musical theater. So with the opening of Encore Lounge, I'm literally taking my theater background and doing a karaoke lounge where we have the 7 private rooms in the back and then a big large stage up front to tie in all together what we do within our business. This is going to be my first opportunity going into the bar and lounge industry, but owning a business for the last 14 years, we have a lot of experience of just running our operations, what we do on a daily basis. We are also looking into hiring full service staff as well that's going to be experienced as far as in management with our bar, so that we are within compliance and making sure everything is running smoothly once we get up and running.
Also, I'd like to point out, sorry?
I see that you intend to use DJ, jukebox, karaoke, live music, patron dancing, closed 3-4 times a month for private events, and will use the services of a promoter. Based on the history of the place, which I'm going to give you credit for that you have no association with, would you understand that we'd have some concerns about such a carte blanche method of operation when the last place got into in a lot of trouble functioning like that?
Yeah. Yes, I totally do understand with that. As far as that, that's actually going to be more of Encore running the type of events that we're going to be putting on within our facility. So it wouldn't be like an outside person doing that. It would be our own team putting that together.
Encore. You're saying encore.
Yep. Yes.
So you're not talking about a promoter setting up like a rap night or something like that, or a mosh pit or something like that, or you're not talking about that.
All those events will be sponsored coming directly from our company, Encore Lounge.
Does that exist already as a promoting company?
No. We're
So
not
there's
like
there's not an Encore Promotions that's doing events for other bars or anything.
No, not that I know of. No.
No, so I think the application would probably need to be amended to remove that. A professional, it doesn't sound like a professional promoter is gonna be used. Encore
No, I
is
mean,
gonna promote.
obviously any bar can promote themselves. The application asks for outside promoters. If
Right,
this
I
isn't
think
an
it was-
outside promoter, then the application is wrong.
That's correct. Apparently there was a misunderstanding that an outside promoter will not be used, correct?
Right.
And Encore Lounge will, as you said, just be promoting themselves. So we would be happy to, if you would allow, to remove that.
We'll remove it.
What kind of hours are you looking for?
We're looking between so starting off in the evening, so about like 4 p.m. Till 10 p.m. For our daily operations. When we first get started, we're only going to do starting off on the weekends, so like Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and then once we get into the groove of things of our business operations, it will move into a full service Monday through Sunday.
The other question I have is, the max occupancy of this place is 180 people. Apparently you have seats for 26. What's the story with that?
So so in the full space, I don't know if you guys have the actual blueprints of it. You can see there's 7 rooms towards the back of the facility. So those are the actual private karaoke rooms there. And then in the main lounge seating area, then you have those separate little booth areas and tabletops there.
Yeah, but you have a lot of open space.
There are tables and there are booths within the facility as well. So in that main space, I don't know if you can see where the bar lounge is. There are tons of tables and chairs that we've added personally since the plans that we submitted.
Okay.
What's in the vacant space behind the bar?
I would have to. I don't know.
That's not licensed.
It's not licensed? Okay, never mind.
It looks like it's another.
It's another business that's on the side of us now. There's actually a barbershop that just moved in next door to us.
All right.
So, are you doing karaoke mostly? That's the intended business, or you?
Yes,
you need
karaoke
DJ?
is the intended business. So we have a software system, an updated system that we just used. So those will be installed in each of the 8 areas that we have. So it'll be in our main room and then in our 7 private rooms. With that karaoke system, members will be able to download our app online and then be able to practice their songs at home. And then when they come to our facility, they'll be able to upload it onto our system.
Are there doors on those 7 separate rooms?
Yes, each room is also soundproofed as well.
Do you have cameras in them?
Yes.
So, where will the DJ be?
So in our main room, on the plans, it says stage. Potentially, like if we are having like one of our sponsored nights, that's where the DJ will be placed on there. But other than that, that will be the only place that we will have them.
Okay. And live music is
basically coming from the software system that we have to utilize like our daily operations. So just like background music. Is that
okay?
Well, no, she was talking about live music, whether it's acoustic.
Oh, and then we're also looking to do some other different things as far as like jazz nights, so like jazz bands, spoken word. So there will be some times we'll have those different entertainment aspects for the company.
Okay. And no outside promoters, right?
Correct.
Okay. All right.
And you said hours like 4 to 10, even on
Yeah,
weekends?
as we get started, it'll be 4 to 10. And then as our business increases as far as like the foot traffic, and we're a little bit more comfortable of extending our hours, then we'll look at that plan as we move forward.
I'm willing to give you like 4 to 12 right now, maybe save you a trip back here if you don't need to, if that's all you need to increase.
Okay.
Commissioner Fan?
I'm going to agree with Commissioner Ford. I'm voting to approve with the following conditions. Hired manager, personal questionnaire, security guards as needed, DJ, jukebox, karaoke, live music, patron dancing, 3 to 4 private events a year. Oh, a month.
A month, yes.
Okay, 4 private events a month. And midnight across the board.
Commissioner Ford?
I agree to the same stipulations.
And Chairman Bradley?
I'll approve under the same stipulations.
All right.
Or conditions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
So, Annie, are the people ready for our next item?
Let me find out.
So next will be, we'll wait a little bit. Miss Vandervoort, I believe, correct? You don't, or you don't have you don't have an item signed in, correct?
No.
Oh, okay.
No, just observing.
All right.
Did I hear you? She's actually watching this for fun?
Apparently.
A lot going on today.
Wow.
I always do
that. You're getting paid by somebody. She's not.
That's what makes it fun.
All right, well, we'll jump to New York.
All right. I guess as they're gathering the troops, I don't know.
Oh, there's
if they're-
somebody still there?
Well, it's 1443I. It's
You got it, you have in front of
yeah,
you.
the thing you have to read.
Oh, okay.
All right. So, yep, next item is 1443I. It's,
They're on their way.
What was that?
They're on their way.
Well,
She sits 10 feet away.
I know. I can hear them.
Are you having to drag her in? Is that what's going on?
something else probably broke down.
I don't want the audience to think there's anything wrong, but we do have another retirement.
All right. So, yep.
In my agency, it seems like everybody's running.
Oh, God.
So on camera is Deborah Solori, who is retiring after 15 years of service with the State Liquor Authority, and she also happens to be my secretary. I have a resolution of recognition and appreciation. Whereas Deborah, and it says, whereas Deborah Solori is retiring after 15 years of service with the State Liquor Authority, whereas numerous members of the authority came to rely on Deb to take care of hotel reservations, travel vouchers, replacements of phones and laptops, and a variety of other tasks, such as decorating the office for Christmas and every other various holiday. Whereas a valuable member of the administrative team, Deb has always been willing to help in any way that she could, literally carrying her own tool set. Deb regularly answered the call to fix and assemble various items in each of the zone offices when needed, such as attaching license plate to fleet vehicles, replacing rollers and printers, and assembling flags, to name a few. I think she actually even changed tires and took cars for washes as well. Whereas Deb has earned the respect and admiration of her colleagues and those on her team, it is hereby resolved on behalf of ourselves and the entire staff of the authority that we hereby acknowledge the exemplary service of Deborah Solori to this agency and extend to her and her family our sincere appreciation for her many years of service to the State Liquor Authority and extend to her our best wishes for a healthy, fulfilling, and long-lived retirement. And it is hereby further resolved that this resolution shall be formally entered upon the minutes of this meeting, and that forthwith a copy of this resolution shall be provided to Deborah Solori. The one thing I want to say about Deborah Solori is if you need to be updated on whatever the hottest TV show is, whether it's Game of Thrones, The Bachelor, hire her and she will come in and update you every Monday or Tuesday and tell you what happened the night before.
Tell you what you missed.
I will certainly miss her, and she's been a great member of our team up there. She is moving out of the area to be with her grandkids, so we completely understand. So best of luck, Deb.
Thank you so much. Thank you very much. My goodness, it's been a pleasure working with all of you, and the last 15 years here have been remarkable. And I can't believe 15 years has already flown by, but I will miss everyone. Thank you so very much. Thank you.
Thank you.
You can keep that on if she wants to continue
Yeah.
to observe.
All right.
Thanks,
We'll move on to yeah, okay, good. We'll move on to items in New York City. First is 1385. It's a request for a declaratory ruling for the 828-850 Madison Avenue Members Club, Inc.
Good morning, members. Max Bookman, Pazetsky, and Bookman for the applicant for a declaratory
So
ruling.
before you get going, I'm going to actually ask if we can take a moment with council.
We're going to go a brief recess to conference with council. We'll be back on the record shortly. All right, we're back on the record after a brief conference with council.
Hello again, members. Max Bookman for the declaratory ruling applicant. This is a request for a declaration in two parts. One, under the method of operation proposed in our submission to declare that it would not violate the ABC law for our client, which will be applying for a club license to sell alcoholic beverages, particularly wine and spirits, by the bottle to club members in advance of club members consuming the wine by the bottle, for them to consume it on the premises at a later date. And number two is to declare that it does not violate the ABC law for, under the method of operation proposed for my client, a club licensee, which will be a club licensee, to store personal wine and spirits brought by club members to the premises for later consumption by the bottle. We've tried to be succinct as possible in our submission as to the facts and the legal arguments. Would the members like me to briefly cover those, or should we go straight to questions?
You can start, and then I'll probably interrupt you.
Okay, as expected. The facts are, briefly, you will be getting an application in the coming months for a club license on the Upper East Side for a private members club. It's going to be an extremely high-end private members club, and one of the aspects of their business is they want to have a wine room. Part of what they're going to sell the experience to club members as is it's a very high-end, state-of-the-art wine room where you could store very expensive wine in there. There's going to be wine drawers, and part of the experience is that members will be able to, under supervision, enter the wine room, see their wine in the wine drawer, have it be brought out and provided to them for on-premises consumption. And so there's two aspects of that business model that we wanted to bring to the members' attention for confirmation that it wouldn't violate the ABC law. So the first aspect is sometimes the wine that's going to be in the wine drawers for the members is going to be wine that, just like any other wine, the club will buy through the three-tier system, will purchase from distributors or manufacturers, and will sell to members by the bottle in advance. So there's nothing in the ABC law that prohibits wine sales by the bottle for on-premises consumption. And there's, from what we can tell, there's nothing in the ABC law that says that the wine sale has to take place sort of immediately. So all that we're proposing here is that instead of when I'm sitting at my table and you show me the wine list and I say, I'd like a bottle of whatever, that transaction, that interplay is taking place in advance. You know, it could be a day in advance, it could be a week in advance, so that I, as a club member, when I come to the club, I already have that bottle of wine ready for me to consume. And part of the method of operation as well will be they have an app for the club member. The club member could say, I'm coming, say to the club staff, I'm coming tonight at 5. That wine bottle that you previously sold me, I'd like it to be ready and chilled and decanted and ready for me to consume when I get there. Importantly, there's no off-premises sales happening here, so no bottle of wine sold to a club member will be able to be removed from the premises for off-premises consumption. It's all on-premises consumption, which is, from our analysis of the ABC law, really what matters. So that's the first aspect, and we think that's pretty straightforward. The second aspect is that in addition to selling members wine by the bottle in the method I just described, they'd also like members to be able to bring their own wine from their own personal collection to the club to consume on the premises. These are going to be pretty wealthy people. They're going to have their own wine cellars at home, and we want to be able to allow them to drink their personal wine on the premises, which on its own, again, is nothing controversial. You already allow on-premises licensees, including club licensees, to conduct BYOB. So if a club member was simply bringing their personal wine to the premises, the night that they come and they want to drink the wine on the premises, you already allow that. Again, what we're asking for confirmation on here is that it wouldn't violate the ABC law for their, instead of that bringing of the wine to the premises, instead of that happening sort of at the same time, bring it to the premises and consume it the same night, instead to allow there to be a time difference where the club licensee could bring their wine to the premises one night, turn it over to the club for storage. We described the tracking and monitoring system that we'll have, so it's clear in the books and records of the club whose wine belongs to who. And that some other day, a week, a month, whatever later, that club member, when they return to the premises, could have that wine pulled for them, so they can consume it
The one
then.
thing that would clearly be violative of the ABC law would be the instance if that person bought a bottle of bourbon at your club from you in advance, put it in their locker, drank half of it, and then decided that I paid for this, I'm walking out with it, much like they would be able to do with their own.
Right, so
What are you doing to stop that from happening?
So any wine that's, or liquor that's subject to this method of operation would be in this wine room, which is supervised and controlled by staff of the establishment. No wine can be removed from that wine room without a staff member accompanying the club member in. So there's a control method, and part of that method of operation is that if you do open the wine or the liquor, you have to finish it on the premises. You can't take it with you. And from what I'm told, I'm not a wine connoisseur, but from what I'm told is for these expensive bottles of wine, once you open it,
What if they don't open?
Well, if they don't,
They're acting like a liquor store.
well, that would be a violation. That's not, well, that's.
They're not allowed to leave with anything that they purchase.
No, and that's been made very clear. And club members, in this staff members would be told of this in advance. They'd understand what the rules are. They'd be told that we cannot act as a liquor store and sell wine by the bottle for members to leave. Because it's a club, we also propose to have these, to the extent that this declaratory ruling is approved, to have these limitations written into the membership handbook of the club, so that club members are given advance notice of it. And this is a club that would be run in a very controlled manner. There's a similar club in London that's going to, that the driving force behind this club is related to. And at that club, they have similar requirements, so they already know how to engage in this method of operation.
Bottles or cases can each member store?
There's going to be a limit per drawer. There's going to be sort of physical limits. I don't have the exact number, but to the extent that that's matters to your consideration, we could put a cap on how many bottles each member could store. The drawers are not going to be large, so I would imagine only a few bottles.
And each person get assigned one if you buy a membership?
If you're a member of the club, you become eligible to, for a further fee, have a drawer.
I see.
So, ultimately, the thrust of our legal submission is that this falls into that common situation in the ABC law where there's nothing in the law that expressly says that this method of operation is permitted.
Well, we have allowed everything you're talking about in the past except the purchase.
Well, and on that point, we don't see anything from our review of the ABC law or your rules that expressly prohibits it either. So we see it falling into this area that if you're comfortable with the method of operation, with the limits that we proposed or any additional limits that you would want, that we think that the appropriate response to our ruling request is that it wouldn't violate the ABC law so long as we comport with the method of operation.
Okay. I'm okay with it.
Members ready to vote?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Commissioner Fan?
I'm going to vote in the affirmative.
Commissioner Ford?
I will vote to approve as well.
And I'll vote to approve as well. I do want to add one thing, though. And it appears your client is a not-for-profit, so I'm not speaking to you, I'm speaking through you. We have gotten a number of applications, and I think the press has also covered the fact that particularly in New York City, that these private clubs have become very common in New York City, and it's come to our attention, or it's come to my attention, that many of them have become licensed with us through misrepresentations, and they're not-for-profits. And their method of operation that they told the authority they were going to exhibit did not mention they were going to be member clubs. We are getting complaints about that, and we are going to be checking them. So if there is a misrepresentation and you have filed it, I suggest you come and fix it before we end up having to fix it for you, because it may end up being that you're not serving alcohol anymore. Thank you.
Thank you, members.
All right. Do you have something else?
I think I got two more.
All right.
And just to add, I'm not against private clubs, but anybody that's in here that knows the ABC law, unfortunately, you have to be a not-for-profit to have a private club. And if the law changes, I'll be the first one to applaud that, but it's not that way right now.
Next should be 1371 J Master Properties LLC.
Good morning again, members. Max Bookman, counsel for the applicant, J Master Properties. Behind me is Jason Reyes and his mother, Zenobia Reyes. They are the applicant principals. This matter is before the members because of a 500-foot hearing recommendation of disapproval. It's a transfer application. My clients behind me purchased a tavern bar in Bayside that's from what we could tell open since at least 1994. We think probably since the 1980s. They're looking to keep the same exact method of operation that's been in place for decades.
Yeah, I read this 500-foot law. It was a little, the ALJ was a little finicky on your
This is the last one.
description of hours.
Yes, and this is the last one we have that
I
has
don't
that.
really have an issue with this.
I would also just make sure that the description of the premises, because that was another issue in this. All right, you told the ALJ, or the applicant told the ALJ one thing, and you applied for something else.
You're right, and we noted that in our papers. I mean, it's
And this is only for the temp, right?
we have the temp. We've been operating under the temp since January.
fine with
There's one thing before the member vote. We do need to have, as a full board stip, security as needed. Apparently, the prior licensee had that, although not disclosed. They discovered that they need that too, and we'd like to have that.
Okay.
Commissioner Fan?
What are the hours?
11 to 4, 7 days a week, which is what the prior licensee had.
Okay. I'm going to vote to approve 4 a.m. across the board, security guard as needed, manager as needed, live recorded DJ music, no private events, no third-party promoters, doors and windows closed at all times.
Commissioner Ford?
I'll agree to the same conditions.
And I will as well.
Thank you.
Next is 1398 GS Enterprise Holding, Inc.
Yes, good morning again, members. Max Bookman for the applicant. This is a $2,000 CNC on inspection that was done by investigator Stravali.
Hold on.
1398.
1398.
I accept 2,000.
I'll accept.
Commissioner Ford?
Set.
Thank you.
All right.
Easy day for you, Mr. Bookman? You just send the sun up the whole time, or?
No, we got one more coming up.
He was just checking in to make sure that I'm doing a good job.
He said I can come, he's allowing me to come today.
Cute.
I am going to pull a couple since we have an interpreter that's here. Next is 1422 COPAS Bar Lounge Corp.
This is a default.
Good morning, Commissioners.
And you needed the interpreter, correct?
Yes.
Interpreter is the Jonathan.
She's coming right now.
Okay.
By the way, do you guys know your BFFs? Bradley Van Ford?
I guess we did.
Little levity never hurt anybody.
Another dad joke.
Very good.
If you could introduce yourself.
Yes. Stephanie Mesa. I'm the interpreter.
Gene Anton for COPAS Bar Lounge and Corp. Good morning.
Mi nombre es Altagracia Sánchez.
Okay, go ahead. This was a default, so I don't know.
Yeah, we're asking that it be sent back to counsel's office. There was a comedy of errors with going through with the pleading. They had hired somebody, didn't do it, then they thought they did it, and now we're here on a default. So we're asking that it be sent back to counsel's office for either settlement or a hearing.
Based on what, though? They received it, they didn't reply to it.
They had As I mentioned, it was a comedy of errors. They had,
How many errors by who, though?
by them, not by you. No, not by you, by the people that they initially thought they hired to enter a pleading, which they did not, and they were not aware, and then they went through the whole default process. That's why I'm here today.
I'm not sending it back, but you guys do.
I mean, they would be severely prejudiced if not.
There's not prejudice when the person doesn't respond. If the fact that their lawyer that they hired didn't respond, they go after the lawyer. But if it didn't get delivered to them, I'm all with you. Then it's something. But they had every opportunity to reply to it.
No, I understand it, but I don't think it was a lawyer that they went to in the first place. I think it might have been some kind of accounting office that they were negotiating or whatever. And at the end of the day, they never put in the pleading. And this, yes, they could have followed up on that, but at this should have, but I think there was a breakdown of the communications and what was being done with the accounting office and why they're here today, because they actually went ahead and they made all the changes and they thought they were actually in compliance and they were waiting to hear something, and next thing you know, they're in default. That's why we respectfully ask that it be sent back to counsel's office so we can resolve it.
Yeah, I'm not sending it back. You guys can. If I send this back, we have to send everyone back that comes in and asks us to do it, that decides that they're not gonna respond.
I understand that, Chairman, but
So I'm gonna go with the.
But they didn't do it intentionally, is the point.
No one does.
So it was, yes, you can say it's negligence on their part, but at the same time, you know, they're trying to run the business and they put it in their hands into somebody else who ended up not doing the right thing, and it falls into default.
I don't see how that's going to change anything, though, to be honest about it. I think we'll still be at the same point if you go back and counsel come back here, because all the charges are going to be sustained, whether you fixed them or not, right?
No, I mean, they're sustained now, as far as I'm concerned.
The idea is that they took remedial and action to fix everything, and some of them were signed, some of them were.
That's why my fine is $4,000 instead of $10,000, and or cancellation since they've been open for 6 months.
So, Commissioner, if that's the proposal right now, $4,000 fine, they would be willing to accept that.
And that's what they're getting.
4,000.
4,000.
Okay, thank you.
They'll still get a letter.
Yep.
And you have just made a representation that everything is fixed, since we don't have that in writing. If it comes back to us in 6 months, they're gonna lose their license, meaning if it comes back and they're not fixed.
Understood, Commissioner. I had asked them beforehand, and that's the representation that they made, and that's why I made that
Well, you
representation.
might wanna go check it for them.
And you understand you can't use the garage for storing it?
Yes, absolutely. They are aware of that. Thank you. Thank you.
And interpreter, you might want to stay up because we have a.
Oh, sure.
Yeah. Next is 415 HLYYYA Corporation.
1415.
1415. There should be.
It's a radio sign here.
Okay, so their rep's not here, but we do have
Okay.
someone else. 1369 KATY Deli Grocery.
Buenos días, ¿cómo está? Mi nombre es Stephanie.
Mi nombre es Edward Baez.
Dígalo ahí.
Mi nombre es Edward Baez.
Again, my name is Stephanie Mesa. I'm the interpreter.
How did he find, can you ask him how he found this place?
¿Cómo encontraste este lugar? Él está preguntando.
El contable me mandó.
El contador.
Ajá.
His accountant referred him here.
Does he know any of the people that owned it before?
¿Tú conoces a alguien de que haya estado los dueños antes?
Sí, lo conozco.
Si ha conocido a los dueños de antes del negocio. No, sir.
Did he pay anybody to buy the store?
¿Tú pagaste a alguien para comprar esta tienda?
No, yo compré esta tienda.
¿Tú solo? He bought it himself.
No, I know that, but who did he pay?
¿A quién le pagaste?
a un abogado.
An attorney? ¿Cuál es el nombre del abogado?
Was the store open when he bought it?
¿La tienda estaba abierta cuando lo compraste?
Ajá.
Yes.
Did he know who owned it when he bought it?
¿Y tú no conociste a los dueños previamente?
Al representante, sí.
¿Cómo?
El que estaba administrándolo.
The one that was doing the administration of the business,
He
but
doesn't know
not
his
the
name?
owner.
He doesn't know his name?
¿No sabes el nombre de la persona?
Tendría que llamar.
He says he would have to call to find out the name.
How much did he pay for it?
¿Cuánto pagaste por el negocio?
130.
130?
$130 or
$1,000.
$130,000?
Did he get the building too?
También todo el edificio?
No, solamente la tienda, la bodega.
Only the store.
Figured it wasn't. No, it does say he paid 100, total
Yeah, but it's
investment's
still
130.
deferred. But it says he hasn't.
Who did he borrow the money from?
¿Y de dónde prestaste el dinero para comprar la tienda?
Un préstamo personal.
¿Qué banco?
No, banco, préstamo personal.
He says a personal loan.
From who?
¿Quién? ¿Quién te lo prestó? ¿Un familiar, una amistad? ¿Quién?
Una mitad.
He says a friend. Él quiere saber el nombre, los datos. ¿Sabes el nombre? ¿Cuál es el nombre?
Ramón.
It says promissory note.
Ramón y el apellido.
No lo tengo.
Who owns El Duo Deli and Grocery Inc.?
¿Quién es el dueño del deli de Duo?
De dúo yo no lo conozco.
He says he doesn't know him.
Well, would it surprise him if I told him that's who he borrowed the 130,000
¿Y
from?
te sorprendería de que él es el dueño del que te dio el préstamo?
¿Cómo así?
O sea, Ramón es el dueño de eso.
¿Cómo así?
Él es el dueño del dúo.
No,
Ramón es que
no, en su préstamo personal.
No, he says that he's not the owner. That whoever borrowed the money from, he's not the owner.
But he won't tell me who he borrowed the
He
money
says it's Ramon, but he doesn't know his last name.
from. Wow.
$130,000.
Is there paperwork for the
¿Y
loan?
tienes documentos o papeles, un contrato de ese préstamo?
No.
Simplemente te lo dieron de palabra.
Sí.
He says it was only a word-to-word loan. There is no contract, no paperwork.
Does Ramon work in the store with him?
Ramón trabaja contigo en la tienda.
No.
There's no paperwork about the loan.
Entonces no hay papeleo ni recibos de ese préstamo.
Did we get paperwork?
Oh, yeah, that's what I'm.
Sí, él me da recibo todos los lunes.
Todos los lunes. He says he gets a receipt every Monday.
How
From
about,
Ramon.
how about the actual promissory note that he signed?
Y la nota
Maybe he did.
promisaria
That's what I'm-
del
yeah.
préstamo, no hubo un
And we
documento
can
que
ask the
firmaste de esa
notary
manera.
public who
No,
notarized the
solamente me
signature.
da un recibo de todo lo que yo le pago toda la semana.
No, he says he only gives him a receipt every Monday of everything he pays him every week.
Did he sign? He didn't sign any paperwork to buy this store.
No, sir.
Por 3 años.
And who advised him?
¿Y quién te recomendó de que hicieras esto?
No, que nos conocemos por muchos años y ya sabe que yo soy una persona que siempre he trabajado y me conoce por mucho tiempo y él me lo prestó, me trató de ayudarme.
He says he's a friend of years and he knows he's very responsible with work, so he just let him borrow the money because he knew he would pay him back.
I know, but the problem, you can tell him this, the problem is in the application that we have,
El problema es que en la aplicación que ellos tienen,
there is loan paperwork
que
that he signed.
hay papeles de
Allegedly.
préstamo que tú firmaste, porque ellos lo están viendo. ¿Tú firmaste algún documento o no?
No.
He says that he didn't sign anything.
Prepared the application for him.
¿Y quién preparó la aplicación para ti?
Como la aplicación de
La
pago.
aplicación para comprar la tienda.
O yo.
He says he did.
Who's he?
Him.
Well, he's the one who sent us the loan paperwork then.
Tú eres el que enviaste los documentos. O sea, ¿quién te preparó los documentos cuando tú compraste la tienda?
O un abogado.
Oh, he says an attorney.
It's Victor Urena.
That's the attorney.
Yeah, well, you should go back to Victor Urena.
Víctor
and
Ramírez.
Arena.
You're getting told a story by the people you're buying this place from. I mean,
Te están
we can't
diciendo
give you a
una
liquor
historia.
license based on what's here.
No te pueden dar una licencia con la información que ellos tienen nada más. Tienes que volver a regresar a hablar con el abogado para que te explique qué es lo que está pasando.
But he needs to either come in here and explain this for you
Víctor va a
or
tener que venir hasta acá para
file again.
explicarles a ellos qué es lo que está pasando con los documentos.
Okay.
He
All
says,
right.
okay.
So I'm voting to deny.
Commissioner Fan?
I vote to deny.
Ellos también van a
And
votar,
Chairman,
declinar, vas a tener
Commissioner
que venir
Ford.
con el abogado para que explique bien qué fue lo
Deny.
que pasó.
There's no other choice.
Its application's been denied.
Okay, la aplicación fue declinada hasta que vengas con el abogado, okay?
Okay.
Does he need to get that? That document?
Oh,
Or
no,
¿O ya
you'll
te
get
puedes-
he'll get an email.
Te van a mandar un correo electrónico con toda la información del día de hoy. Okay.
Right.
Bueno, ya te puedes retirar. You want me to stay here or?
Yeah, I'm sorry. 1419, 1111 Brewster Corp.
Yes, good morning, members of the Liquor Authority. Bruno Joffrey for the applicant. First is, it's up for reconsideration of my client's next to me, Marvin Ramos.
What are the hours of this place?
It's 11 a.m. to 2 a.m., 7 days a week.
I'm good if you guys are. I am too.
No security, principal to manage.
Yes, the one thing my client did mention, though, that he may have one security guard if needed, so I don't know if we could put that in there.
You're gonna hire a manager?
Yes.
All right.
What are the hours again?
11 a.m. to 2 a.m.
And the
7
chef's
days.
gonna be there, the chef will be there until 2 a.m.
Yeah, and they'll have food the entire time.
Okay. I'm gonna vote yes on reconsideration.
I'll vote yes on reconsideration as well.
Same here.
All right.
And I'm gonna vote to approve with the following conditions. Manager questionnaire to be submitted. Security guard as needed. Recorded and live music. Jukebox, karaoke. No private events.
Wait, you ready? They weren't asking for karaoke.
Yeah.
What's that? Oh, sorry.
No karaoke. No private events and no third-party promoters. 2 a.m. across the board. Dancing's okay.
Commissioner Ford?
I approve on the same conditions.
I'll approve under the same conditions as well.
Just one question. They were operating under a temp for the last year, no issues. Because of the miscommunication and us not appearing 2 weeks ago when this got disapproved, the temp was disapproved too. Can we now apply for temp until we get the conditional letter of approval or a 20-day letter? I don't know if you guys do that anymore.
You can apply, I'm not sure if, given the timing, I don't know what the conditions are. It may be a waste of
So
your
apply
time.
for the temp and then just fulfill the conditions and just run on the temp until the
Okay.
29th day and then fill the conditions that day.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, have a good day.
No, oh, we gotta give them another
They
3
got,
months?
they got, that's what I'm saying.
Oh,
is-
it's a 3 months,
That's
so
what-
wait, but just let the temp run the 89 days, that's all.
Well,
So then your permanent license time frame doesn't start till you pick the license up. So if you run the
Understood.
temp, you're still getting your money's worth on the temp and then pick up the full license at the end of the temp.
So they can't renew the
No,
temp?
I guess not. I don't know.
Oh, okay. Because they just want the 30-day renewal that they've been doing for the last.
well then, you may just want to wait till, if, I don't know what conditions are needed, you may just want to get those done and get the license.
I know, it's just they've been closed
When
for
did
2
the
weeks.
temp expire?
I tried to renew on the 25th of last month, and it got disapproved because of this.
Do you
So-
want to ask for recon on the temp right now?
Yes,
Why don't
absolutely.
you do that?
Well, you got disapproved because the license
I
had
know,
been.
he's asking
Because
for
this was
recon.
No,
denied.
what I'm saying is,
Consideration now.
Go ahead, ask for recon.
So now that, now that recon was granted on the main license, I'm asking for reconsideration on the disapproval on the temp.
I'll grant recon.
I'll grant recon.
Same here, we'll grant recon.
So now I'll resubmit the
And I'll
temp.
vote to approve.
I'll
Okay.
vote to approve the temp.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Have a great day.
All right, so we're still waiting for a representative to appear for someone else that needs you.
Sit right there.
Thank
They
you.
want the license.
So next is 1387, Stout Markets, Inc. and Bryant Park Corp.
What number are we?
87.
1387.
Good morning, Robert Bookman. I am the law partner of Max Bookman. With me is Marty Wayland from Stout Market and Peter Cirillo from Bryant Park, BID. I'm here seriously because I've had over a 30-year connection with Bryant Park from the days where you can only buy drugs there to where it is now, which is a jewel of the city of New York. Given the advisories you're going to have, what's that?
TMI, we don't want to know where you used to go cop.
Good point. Given the advisories that you're going to vote on later today, this may in fact be the last bathroom case that comes before the full board. It was sent to the full board simply because the seasonal license application that we applied for is a portion of the lawn. And in that portion of the lawn, there are no bathrooms, but obviously there are many sufficient bathrooms in Bryant Park itself. And we have been operating with seasonal, one-day permits for quite some time, all summer, this summer, last summer. This summer, pursuant to the stipulation we agreed to with the community board, with all the limitations and security, there's been no bathroom problems. Nobody's been complaining. We've agreed with the community board that on events that we think might be sold out, we will bring in porta potties. There's more than sufficient bathrooms in Bryant Park.
That is not possible. That there are no bathroom problems and no one is complaining.
To me, no one's complained.
Just because you didn't hear about it. But I'm okay with that.
Commissioner Ford?
I love Bryant Park. In all the years I've been coming down here for these meetings, it is without a doubt my favorite spot in the city. So I'm going to approve as well. Not for that reason.
Chairman Bradley?
I'll vote to approve as well.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next is 1430, JC Hospitality LLC.
1430.
1430.
1430. Good morning, everyone. Robert Romano, representing JC Hospitality. This is a conditional no contest plea. However, it's come to my attention that there was another notice of pleading just issued the other day. If possible, I would like to consolidate, if you would consider, and do a universal settlement conditional no contest plea.
Yeah, that's going to be a big one.
I was,
Same exact thing that
Well-
last time I yanked them in here and told them not to do anymore, and they went.
and they are making in my conversations with the client, they have been initiating new methods to avoid a repeat of this. They're looking at
You know, Mr. Romano, that's what we heard in 2017. That's what we heard in 2018.
I know, and it's
The
been-
press reports, which obviously you can believe or
Right.
not believe, but even if they're half true, tell you what's going on there. And it just continues because they make money. They're bad, bad neighbors.
I would like to point out the second case, the second notice of pleading, the concert going overtime at 8:02. They do admit it went 2 minutes overtime as far as they were concerned. It was Lauryn Hill was playing. They told her at 8 o'clock she had to be off. They pulled the plug at 8:02.
This is my point. You have a hotel that someone decides because they have the money to pay her that they're going to bring in an act that belongs in Madison Square Garden. What do you think is going to happen?
Well, other than
Seriously, I mean, it's a
no, I know.
beach hotel.
I know. There's never been any violence here. There's never been. This
No,
is
but there's people
no,
that live there.
right.
They paid like $95,000 in the past couple of years.
No, and they're gonna pay at least another 30.
I mean, it seems like paying civil penalties is just a matter of business.
What do you think Laurel Hill costs for a night?
A lot more than 30,000.
Right. So obviously they're making money, and at some point, it's all gonna stop.
I understand death by 1,000 pinpoints. I understand, but
No, because it's they're not listening. That's the problem. And then we continue to get calls, and the people that are calling us are right.
well, I
we
would.
can consolidate.
We can then.
What do you want? Do you want to
Return to council's office?
Okay, I would like. I would at this time offer the $30,000. Oh,
It's going back to council.
Got it.
Yeah, we don't have the other one in front of us.
Got
I
it.
haven't even seen it. I just heard the first 3 charges. It could be worse than 30, so.
Oh,
Is that
Okay.
Commissioner Van and Commissioner Ford?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
Thank you.
Next is 1431. That's THOPPIL Brothers LLC.
Right. This is a conditional no contest plea in the amount of $2,500. The licensee was unaware at the time that they had to produce food on site. They had been bringing food in, and they had,
They had a menu they submitted. How did they not know that?
well, I mean, that was their intention when they opened. It's an axe throwing place, and this is $2,500. They've rectified it. They now do serve food.
Pies now?
Yes, everything I submitted is the most recent menu and is available at the premise.
I'm gonna accept 2,500.
Thank you.
And I congratulate you for pointing out their unblemished record. They've been open since January of 2000.
I knew that was going to come back at me. Thank you.
Chairman Bradley.
I'll accept, yeah.
Thank you.
Mr. Romano, can you push the mic away from you?
Well, you just let him break the
I
rules.
know.
I
Well,
know.
I'm letting you break the rule, but
Thank
someone
you.
already broke the rule. So, 1426. That's Margarita Island Inc.
Thank you, Robert Romano, for the licensee. This is a conditional no contest plea in an amount of $7,500. I'd keep in mind that everything, not that it's an excuse, but an explanation. All the charges stem from incidents occurring on,
So I'll withdraw at the request of council's office, withdraw charge 6. They have a problem that needs to stop besides the DJ. They have been using promoters.
and
They our application didn't ask that question then. So, but the community boards did. And they didn't notice the community board that they were asking for promoters, and I can guarantee you if they had, they would not have been allowed. So right now, they are not allowed to use them, so I would
Understood.
instruct them that should stop.
understood. So it's,
Commissioner Fan?
I was gonna go up, but I would accept. No, I'm okay.
Commissioner Ford?
So they told the community board, no promoters or no outdoor activities. They don't have a permit for the backyard.
right,
correct?
and they've stopped using it.
I'll accept.
And they're not allowed to have a DJ, correct? Tom?
I'll accept.
No teacher.
I was thinking higher too.
I'll accept.
Okay. Thank you.
Next is 1443. TIERRAS Tropicals Restaurant LLC.
Hi, Robert Romano. I'm here with Claudia Quezada, who is the principal of the licensed establishment. I'm coming to you for a no contest plea. However, I'd like to point out that Mr. Quezada took a 3-week vacation, 2.5, 3-week vacation. We supplied the airline tickets when this occurred. He is the manager. He doesn't have another manager other than it was a woman, it turned out. I think I said a gentleman, who substituted for him for those 3 weeks. With regard to harboring an intoxicated person, I've also been doing this almost 30 years. I've never seen that charge previously. They did not serve that individual. And rather than send him out on the street, they let him sit at the table. And
This is Village of Ossining, one of the Village of Ossining's codes.
Yeah.
That's what it
Right,
is, yeah.
right. But I'm saying I still have never seen it here.
But sir, it looks like it's from their village code.
Yes, yes. So, I mean, and I question the rationale rationalization of that code because the rationality of the code, I think it's better to keep somebody sitting inside, sleeping it off, so to speak, than sending them outside. I would ask you to consider a letter of warning, but obviously it's up to you. He's at your mercy.
I'm at 1,500.
Commissioner Ford?
I'll do 1,500.
What was the? Oh, I see, okay. I'll do 1,500.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much, everyone. Have a nice day.
So the next items, I'm going to pull both two because they're related to each other. 1380 and 1443J, ROCKLAND Cider Works, LLC.
Good morning, Chairman, Commissioners. Mike Palutis on behalf of the applicant. I am joined this morning by Elizabeth Van Houten and Darren Van
Oh,
Houten.
so those are your relatives on the camera there? Isn't that who was in Albany too, Van Houten's?
No,
It's an Albany matter, Chairman.
No, I know the matter. I thought maybe I have the
It's
name
Vandervoort.
wrong. Oh, Vandervoort, I'm sorry. Okay. What's the other number? 1380?
So 1380 and 1443J. So 1443J is the CNC related.
Right, okay, go ahead.
So we did submit some supplemental materials on Friday.
So the reason this got held up, which I'm sure you're aware, I don't know if you're aware or not, this obviously got held up for quite some time. It was because of the disciplinary matter that you had at your other place, which was pending. Which isn't going, Tom can't give us a license application for a pending discipline when there's a pending disciplinary matter, because if we were to revoke that other license, which we're not going to do, but if we were to revoke it, because he can't predict what we would do, you wouldn't be allowed to get another license. And so there was a miscommunication. I think we cleared it up. So what we need to do is get rid of the disciplinary matter, and then the application can be dealt with.
Or you
Understood.
can approve it yourselves, right?
So-
And then
What's before, the disciplinary before you is not that disciplinary matter. It's the.
No, I know, it's
Right.
the Rockland one.
Right.
But that's the one really that was a proper disciplinary matter that was holding up the application.
Right, the disciplinary that's here today is the Gilboa disciplinary,
Correct.
correct?
Yes.
Yes,
Correct.
okay.
Yes.
Which you offered 15,000 on, I will accept that.
Could I
Yeah, go ahead.
I understand that's what we offered up, and we did so many months ago. It was what counsel's office was willing to offer at the time. The books and records issue has been rectified, it's been resolved. I think it probably wouldn't have been an issue had Ms. Van Houten been there. She was in Mexico, her father had just passed away, they were spreading his ashes. Had she been at the premises and not the employee, I think there would have been there may have been a different issue with the books and records. Anyway, it's rectified now. The books and records are there. It's a robust set of records that I've been through with Bill Brennan. I believe they're satisfactory. The only other remaining item on that pleading is an availment, an alleged availment. And, it stems from a co-marketing with the guest houses that are also located on the farm. But those guest houses are operated by a separate LLC that is also owned only by Elizabeth Van Houten and Darren Van Houten. It was set up that way strictly for liability purposes at the time it was set up. So while it may be technically, on a technical level, an availment, I understand, there was no commingling of funds. This is not a situation where there's an undisclosed principal profiting or receiving any sort of income.
There's also evidence, though, that they weren't even producing cider here.
Well, that charge was withdrawn. I worked cooperatively with Bill Brennan. We went through what's taking place on the farm. They have produced cider, and they're going to continue to produce cider. They are producing cider in the other location. They are absolutely a bona fide winery producing cider. And I believe that counsel's office acknowledged that when they withdrew the charges, that charge rather. So while
They're cutting it close. I will tell you that, whether they're actually producing cider or not.
Understood, but Chairman, once this license is issued, hopefully, assuming this license is issued, the plan for this property is to build a structure on a larger structure on the farm where they can really operate a larger scale winery, and that is the plan.
I'm willing to accept 10,000.
Thank you, Chairman. Commissioner.
Commissioner Fan?
12.5. 12.5.
All right, 12.5. We'll split the difference. I'll go 11,000. You'll do 11,000.
Yeah.
11,000.
Thank you all.
11. And then what about the other?
Yeah, let's go to the other one.
1380. So I'm just going to vote to approve the other one.
Commissioner Ford?
In a second, scroll back to it.
So and while he's doing that, I think your clients need to understand whether it's using you more or somebody else more. We didn't write any of these laws. And they're really strict when you're manufacturing alcohol. And it appears that you have become a little bit loose with them. Maybe because you don't understand them, I don't know. You need to understand them because now you have multiple locations. I realize they own the LLC that's advertising with them, but that's not allowed. And why it's not allowed, I couldn't tell you, but it's not. And that's the stuff that's going to get you in trouble. And you need a lawyer or educate yourself to figure out what you can and you can't do, because there's a lot of things you can't do, and a lot of it doesn't make sense.
But you voted to.
Did you vote?
Yeah.
Oh, I vote.
Oh, didn't you vote?
I think I did. I approve as well.
I vote to approve.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Yep. Next is 1415 HLYYYA Corporation.
Setting that up. Sorry. Good morning, members of the authority. Chairman Bradley, Commissioner Fan, Mr. Donahue, Mr. Roper, Mr. Amarito, Mr. Ford. Good morning. My name is Aurelia Tavares. I'm here on behalf of HLYYYA Corporation, DBA Hill Deli and Groceries. I'm here with Yaseni Lopez and Yaseni Henriquez and her husband, Felix. I'll start whenever you're ready.
Go right.
Okay, sorry. Okay. I'll just use their DBA, Hill Deli and Groceries, located at 76 Ewing Avenue in Spring Valley, New York. Is here on an application filed on November 15, 2021. The second application filed after one was filed in 2016. The applicant is Yaseni Henriquez. She currently works in this deli with her husband, Felix Hernandez. In 2016, Yaseni Hernandez applied for a license with this agency and was disapproved because she failed to disclose that she worked with her husband during the time the business was operating and subsequently had its license revoked for alleged drug-related activities. Ms. Hernandez and her husband are here today to explain the circumstances of the incidences upon the completion of my introduction of the facts. Mr. and Mrs. Hernandez, present here today, have worked in this establishment since 1994. Her husband in 1994, and then her subsequently commencing since 2011. A visual of the location will illustrate that this is a family-owned business and also the substantial changes to the present location, which include the creation of a second level to the building and neighboring businesses to the location. Again, this is a family-owned business. It was rented and operated since 1994 by Felix Hernandez and his brother Manuel Hernandez in the initial start of the business. and was later purchased and transferred to Yesenia Hernandez in 2015 when the brother Manuel Hernandez left and her husband took a lesser role in the establishment for health-related reasons. He is back in the establishment working and helping his wife when she is not at the grocery store deli.
2012.
Pardon?
Who owned it in 2012?
Her husband. She wasn't the owner, she was just working there and she failed to disclose it in her, well, the person who filed her application failed to disclose it in the application in 2016, resulting in the disapproval. But there's other issues.
Yeah, the disapproval was much more complicated than that.
Correct, I'm here to explain that, Chairman Brad.
I don't know that you can.
Well, we're not here to tell the members of the authority a fable or recreate the facts already in the record. We're here to clarify some of the allegations to the present applicant and to present the applicant's side of the story and why she believes and we believe that the granting of the present application is in the public interest and advantage. First of all, Chairman Bradley, it's been 12 years since this location was licensed. I think the lesson has been learned. It has been 12 years since the alleged drug-related activity.
It hasn't even been, it's not even 10 yet, so.
That's not since 2016, but this was since 1994, and the alleged activity occurred earlier than that, later than that.
In 2012.
Correct.
That's not 10 years.
Upon further investigation, the members of the authority will be made aware of the fact that the applicant worked in the location in 2011 with her husband and his brother on a part-time basis during the morning hours while her children were in school. She was raising her family the rest of the time. An alleged misbehavior or lack of supervision where an impermissible sale of marijuana, a legal drug today, did not happen during her watch. She would never permit that. She has never been arrested or accused, arrested, or indicted on any drug-related activity, and neither were her husband nor her brothers. These are mere allegations from an investigation 10 years ago. There was an alleged allegation of illegal sales, but neither the applicant, her brother-in-law, or her husband were arrested for any of the offenses related to such activity, and the SLA never witnessed any alleged behavior. I posted photos of
What didn't
the.
happen? You're telling us it didn't happen.
Well, you often say that just because it was alleged in the.
I didn't ask what I said, I asked, did it happen?
It didn't happen on her watch.
But it went to hearing and the charges were sustained.
It went to hearing, but she didn't even first of all, she was not part of the drug-related activities. And this was when her husband and her.
You're suggesting that there's no proof that it's ever happened.
No, I'm not suggesting there's no proof that it never happened. I'm suggesting that they had nothing. Because she had nothing to do with it, and you're implicating her in something that she didn't have anything to do with. She was never arrested. Her brother wasn't arrested. Her brother-in-law wasn't arrested, and neither was her husband. So, and it was 10 years ago. We're not, if I may continue, members. She also owned her own grocery store 10 years ago, where she received a sale to minors. She is no longer in that store.
Two sale to minors.
Yeah, that was 10 years ago as well. Am I wrong?
Well, you're wrong, that's one, it's two.
Oh, it's two, okay. The applicant worked under the location, and I will propose to update any of the paperwork for this location since the attorney on this application abandoned it, and I haven't received the FOIA request to update any deficiencies on the application filed by the former attorney. And I will remind you, it's been 10 years, and I believe the lessons have been learned. These are early hours of operations. They close at 9 o'clock on Sundays. The latest opening is midnight during the week. She will be operating the establishment with supervision from her supervision help from her husband and her children who help her during the weekends. Please let me know if you require a personal questionnaire from the husband as well. The applicant will be taking an ATAP certification and training. She will be training her staff to avoid any future issues at the location. And I will add that this family has learned its lesson on the supervisory level, even if it did not have anything to do with what was happening outside of the location.
So let me just stop you there and point out some things that you said that were blatantly inaccurate and false. There was a search warrant executed at the location. There were arrests at the location, all of which you told us never happened.
The applicant and her husband, The applicant and her husband were not arrested. There was a raid in the entire building, and they raided all of the businesses at the location. All of the businesses in that parking lot were raided because there was drug activity, but they didn't participate in it. I believe, and there was he was working with his brother at the time, Mr. Hernandez. He was working with Manuel Hernandez, who was no longer at the location. The applicants admit that there was a supervision of failure, but there's no indication that they participated in any of it.
Her husband owned it.
Their husband owned it, yes.
So who was responsible for supervising
It
it?
was he and his.
I'm asking you a question.
No, you are correct.
Is the owner responsible for supervising?
I absolutely agree.
This wasn't an employee just going and selling a joint. This was a gambling hall social club.
The store was not a gambling hall.
Very rare that somebody comes in here looking for a license wherein there was a search warrant executed at their last licensed premise.
Everybody, a search warrant for every single business on the site. And I will add that the reason I brought pictures of the site is for you to see that this site has completely been transformed since 1994 and since 2015. A second level has been added. It's more residential. These are all occupied by legitimate businesses. There's never been an allegation that she sold any kind of alcohol or they've sold any kind of alcohol in that business since the revocation of this license. The applicant came in here today to explain the circumstances, and she's not here to say that it didn't happen at the location. She's here to tell you that she didn't participate in it, and that being without a license has hurt they've raised a family, which I have pictures of here, I don't know how they did it without selling alcohol at the location. I don't know. I think that the lesson has been learned here, and I believe that the family that you see here today will never permit any lack of supervision in their premises or permit any such related activity. And if the lesson is to be learned to any licensee who is applying, 10 years, Chairman Bradley, 2 years, you even reconsider revocations on a location. They've taken it 10. Can we give this applicant an opportunity to explain themselves, present their story? And they've never, ever, since the revocation of this license, since past, never been accused of any drug-related activity at the location, ever. And that was confirmed by the not the NYPD, the police reports. I have the applicant here. If you'd like to hear members of the authority from the family, they're here to tell. They're not hiding, and we're not telling you that he's not going to be there because that would be a lie, and I would never be here before the members of the authority to tell you the husband's not going to be there. He lives with her. They work together, the business, and they've been doing it since the revocation of this license.
You referenced the second, you're not adding a second level to the store.
No. I just wanted to let you know that there were residences above, and the entire site has been, it used to be a seedy location, and it's completely renovated.
You're not adding a second level?
No, Mr. Donahue.
We never got arrested.
Nobody even got arrested in there either.
No.
They got some people got arrested in other part of the building, but not in our business, not in our
So
store.
you guys can do what you want.
They searched everybody, but nobody even was in there that they arrested.
And she tried in 2016. She's here today. I think that, and they're here to tell their story today because nobody has been able to help them tell their story. They weren't part of the drug activity. They did not sell drugs. And it was marijuana, Chairman Bradley. If you look at the report, marijuana is legal today.
Whether they sold it or not, Undercover went into his store on multiple occasions, unless he's lying, multiple occasions, and bought bags of marijuana. Now, yes, marijuana is legal now, but it's not legal in his store now.
No, we understand that. But the legislature has taken the position.
Buy drugs in the store. They
But-
did.
No, I asked the members of the lack of supervision here, we're not here telling you he didn't supervise the location properly. We admit that. In addition to that, because if he would have been selling drugs, he would be arrested. If he would have been selling drugs, he would have been arrested all these years and he wouldn't be there. He's been there since 1994, Chairman Bradley. In addition to that, I would add the legislature has auto-corrected itself on marijuana sales and drug-related anything. So to be using it here today is not fair to them because it is now legal. So they admit that there was a mistake on this.
It's legal, but if they did it today from their store, it
They
would
would
be
not do
illegal.
it today. They're not selling drugs, Chairman
But
Brown.
it's legal, but it's not legal for them to sell it.
What I'm saying is that perhaps we should not put so much weight on the actual drug sale since the drug has been made legal.
With all due respect, we will decide what weight we put on.
No, I'm just asking, Chairman Bradley. I'm not, it's just a suggestion.
I'm ready, whatever you guys want to do.
And in all fairness to the applicant, I would love for you to hear from them because, you know, this brought me to tears.
In front of the microphone on 2 separate occasions, it's clear we don't have questions for them.
Oh,
If they
okay,
have something
okay.
to say, then they should say.
Ok, ustedes quieren decir algo, yo creo que esta es la oportunidad para ustedes decirlo. Dígale a ustedes que ustedes lo de no vender droga, la historia, porque Yaseni me vino llorando a la oficina. She came crying to my office because she believes this is the granting, she deserves the granting of this license because 10 years without a license, I think the lessons haven't learned.
Yo pienso que sí, que lo puedo decir en español, yo creo que sí, que nos den una oportunidad, por lo menos, porque tenemos 4 hijos, 2 están estudiando, uno.
She's asking for an opportunity. She has children. ¿Sigue?
Sí, 2 están estudiando y 2 ya están casados y tenemos que sacarlo hacia adelante con Dios mediante y
She got
necesitamos
2 at school and 2 are already out of the house, but she needs to go ahead and help to her family.
necesitamos que nos den una oportunidad porque todo el mundo tiene un derecho a una oportunidad. Si ustedes creen que sea posible, eso es lo único que le tengo que decir. Gracias.
She's asking for an opportunity. She deserves an opportunity like everybody else, so it's up to you to do that for them.
And Mr. Lopez,
I think we're ready.
If the members are ready to vote, Commissioner Fan
I think 10 years is a long time. I'm going to vote to approve.
and Commissioner Ford.
I think 10 years is a long time too, so this is going to be my what the hell for the day. I'm going to vote to approve.
And Chairman, you were?
I'm voting to deny simply because I just read the reports and the husband was at the location every time drugs were sold, and since he's going to work there, I would vote to deny.
would you like a personal questionnaire, members, if that would help? Because now he's going to be responsible for this license as well. I have no problem adding him onto the application if the members of the authority so desire.
Commissioner Ford and Commissioner Fan.
I don't think I need it.
Okay. Thank you, members of the authority. Have a good morning.
All right. And thank you for your work. Yep, thank you. All right, so next is 1372. That's Purple Feet LLC. Purple FETE.
That's what.
Good morning, members. Do you need to reposition this microphone, or is it okay?
Let's let it go for now.
Sure.
Just don't stand really close to it.
All right.
So we don't get feedback.
Ben Savitsky, Bernstein Radio and Savitsky, on behalf of Purple FETE LLC. They're an applicant for a package store license from Purple FETE with James Fantachi. He's a principal. There is opposition, so we will step aside.
Good morning. Francis Buscemi for the opposition. With me today is Michael Carrera from Clark Street Wines and Spirits and Josh Cohen from Blanquette Rouge Wine and Spirits. The applicant has applied for a 1,670 square foot store. We provided you with the gross sales figures from both Clark Street and Blanquette Rouge, showing you that there's been substantial sales decreases at both these stores. Now, these two operators, they're seasoned operators. They've been in the industry for a long time, know what they're doing, but there's been dramatic changes to the area. Clark Street shows from 2020 to 2021, a 12% drop in its sales, which is over $600,000. Its sales between January 22 through June 22 decreased from that same period of time in 2021 by almost 11%. This is revenue with a revenue loss of over $270,000 for the first 7 months of 2022. Clark Street's August sales have been the lowest that it's had in 2022 years. Blanc en Rouge also shows dramatic sales decreases. From 2020 to 2021, a 10% decrease in sales, over $100,000. And a review of the monthly sales for the first 8 months of 2021 and 2022 shows its sales down every month compared to 2021 and 2022 for the first 8 months. Which constitutes a 21% decrease for the same period of time in 2022 from 2021. We provided exhibits with the specific sales data for the months in question that I've just discussed. As I said, these two stores, they're seasoned operators, they're full-service stores. Clark Street has over 300 products that it sells. Its product selection touches on 3,000, I'm sorry, 3,000. Its product selection touches on all categories of alcoholic beverages. Blanc en Rouge, currently going into the holiday season, will have 1,200 plus SKUs. Both these stores are open 7 days a week. Now the question is, why has there been such a decrease in these sales? And we provided you data concerning that. We provided you in an Exhibit B, an article. Because of the pandemic, by May of 2020, in the Dumbo, Brooklyn Heights neighborhoods, that area, the population was down 40%. This is a very fluent area. You have many residents with second homes. Also factored into that is that
Montague, is the 78 Montague Street store open? Do you know? It is still open?
Yes.
We just didn't get a response.
You didn't get a response. I realized that, I can't tell you what happened with that. So many of these residents have second homes. They are spending time away from the city and fulfilling their shopping needs elsewhere. The daytime population of the area has also seen a dramatic decrease. We provided you data from Castle Newmark Research, which shows that currently, in July of 2022, you have a 25% decrease in office space, occupied office space in the Dumbo office space area. And throughout the city, going into July, I think it was, of 2022, the data shows overall only return to the office building is only 40.1% office employees. We've attached that data as Exhibit C. The Newmark, now, and the applicant, the liquor stores want to speak to their own personal experiences. As an example here, Green Desk, which is like the largest shared office space company in the area, they still might hold their leases on these spaces, but the spaces are virtually vacant. Employees just are not back in the offices. So there are two market segments here that unfortunately have failed. That is the residential segment of the market and the office employee segment of the market. And the data and the sales of the existing stores prove that out. Now, the applicant's proposed location is in the Empire stores, which is a mall and a big tourist attraction. Although tourists may be a substantial business revenue for restaurants and taverns, they're not necessarily substantial revenue raiser for something like a liquor store. I realize that Purple FETE has applied for or has already obtained a license for a wine bar at the same location as where their liquor store is. And I'm anticipating that they may be discussing that there's going to be a synergy between the wine bar and the liquor store, that being that the liquor store will be, tourists can go in or patrons go in, can drink wines at the wine bar and then would be able to go to purchase these products at the liquor store. Well, it might sound good in concept, but if a liquor store is going to rely on the quantity of product, number of SKUs that something like a wine bar has, it's just going to be insufficient to sustain a liquor store and make a liquor store successful. The liquor store has to carry many, many more product selection than what something like a wine bar or a restaurant would. The existing stores that are with me today serve the neighborhood, carry broad selections of product in most, if not all, categories, and they'll speak to that themselves, and serve the public convenience and advantage. This area just does not show a demand, any kind of increase in demand for alcoholic beverages, and the statistics bear that out. I think the stores would like to make a brief comment.
Thank you, Chairman and Commissioners. My name is Michael Carrera, and I own Clark Street Wines and Spirits. Just a few points to add on what our attorney has stated. So Brooklyn Heights is a beautiful, unique community that is having a lot of problems in transition. As you all would be aware, any attorney who goes and fights a case in Brooklyn, nobody goes to court anymore. That's a big customer base for us. Good example of the foot traffic in the area, MTA, the Clark Street station where my business is in the building, is at 60% of ridership. This is throughout downtown Brooklyn. This is a huge problem. There's an immense amount of office space that's still being rented with no employees and whatnot going to work. It's an issue. Also, many people own a home or apartment there for that very reason of working there, have vacated to the suburbs and have not come back. So as you can see, month over month, my sales, specifically to my store, are down compared as well to 19. I realized 20 was with COVID was a bump year, but after the first month of COVID, basically everybody vacated and went to their second home. I spoke to, I don't know if Montague Street received a letter. I actually spoke to her 3 or 4 times in the last month, and she has been complaining about sales as well, along with Teresa. The reality is that the neighborhood is somewhat vacant, and there's an immense amount of empty stores in my building in itself, up and down Henry Street. The rents are, they're talking to landlords, people are trying to renegotiate leases. You go up and down Court Street, long-standing businesses like the Queen Restaurant have closed down, been there since the 50s. So this up and down Montague Street as well, which is 2 blocks from where my store is, it's indicative of what's going on in this community. So that would be my concern. I'm sure Josh, some other points as well. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
My name is Josh Cohen. I'm the owner of Blanc Rouge in Dumbo. I just thought I would add a couple of things to what the other gentleman just said.
Which store is yours again, sir? I'm sorry.
Pardon me?
Which store is yours?
The store is Blanc et Rouge, Blanc et Rouge, in the original French. Our council touched on the SKU counts that we have, but one thing that I think is worth emphasizing is the product mix. Blanc Rouge, since it opened, since I took over anyway, has really focused on the sort of small producers, organic wines, the kind of thing that has become all the rage, of late across New York City, but certainly in Brooklyn. And that's a market that we already cover quite thoroughly. And there's another store that isn't here with us today, located on J Street. And when you add their product mix with what we've got, I think the neighborhood really has an excellent assortment already. Council mentioned an article from the Times many months ago, but I also wanted to point out that just this morning there was an article in the New York Times about job losses across New York City, which disclosed that New York's employment has not bounced back in the way it has across the country, and to the extent that it has, the jobs that have come back are jobs that are remote, and that the people, the sort of butts and chairs jobs just aren't back at all. And that is obviously a huge part of the problem for us. The other thing that it discussed is that the kinds of tourists who have come back are not the sort of deep-pocketed tourists that spend money and support local businesses. And so to the extent that you would want to rely on tourists for a package store at all, it's just not there, and there's no prospect of it coming back quickly. I'll also add from my personal experience that tourists are terrible customers for liquor stores. They don't want to carry, 3 bottles, 6 bottles, a case of wine with them while they walk around town. They're happy to come for a free tasting. They're happy, I'm sure, to sit down in a bar, rest their feet, and have a glass of wine, but they're just not going to buy much product. Thank you very much for your consideration.
Thank you.
Hello again, Ben Savitsky, Bernstein, Radio and Savitsky. This is Purple FET. This application is for a package store within the Empire Stores, as the opposition mentioned. It's a waterfront mall complex. It's at 55 Water Street in the Dumbo neighborhood of Brooklyn. If you're not familiar with it, it is part of Brooklyn Bridge Park, and it's become an attraction in and of itself. When people visit the park, they stop into Empire Stores because there are various restaurants there, there are activities there, the Time Out Market is there, West Elm is there. It's a really impressive place. Purple FET's going to be the newest addition to Empire Stores. And by the way, our numbers, which we included in our submission, 5 million people visited Brooklyn Bridge Park in 2021. It's an absolutely staggering number, especially when they're saying that tourism has been down. 5 million people, and a lot of that is local tourists. I took my daughter there and we went to Jane's Carousel, which is right at 55 Water Street, and we had breakfast at Empire Stores. This is the kind of tourism that we're talking about when we talk about tourism. These are the kinds of people who visit Brooklyn Bridge Park, in addition to the traditional tourists. So Purple FET's going to be the newest addition to Empire Stores, and it is poised to be a one-of-a-kind store, and that's impressive because Brooklyn Bridge Park is a one-of-a-kind place, and so is Empire Stores. And we say that it's going to be a one-of-a-kind place because this store is going to have the lofty goal of demystifying and democratizing the way that people learn about, the way that they purchase, and the way that they drink wine and spirits. And I know that you hear things like that a lot. But as we demonstrated in our submission, we have a very, very specific method of operation, which has been years in the making for consumers to learn about and purchase wine based on this proprietary organizational system, this proprietary digital platform that we've developed, all based on this concept that we developed called palate character. And I'll get to what the opposition said, but I think it's important that we just focus on what our method of operation here is and how unique it is. So palate character is an objective interpretation of a product based on measurements of alcohol, tannin, acidity, sweetness, and other characteristics of a product that can actually be measured. It's all how they combine in a bottle. Palate character does not focus on product labels. It doesn't focus on varietals. It rather focuses on what is in the bottle and what it tastes like to an individual consumer. It's completely unique to every consumer. It's a completely new way to think about wine. And it's completely different from the way that everybody else is doing this. Everybody else is marketing products based on varietals, based on country of origin, traditional designations. That's not what palate character is about. That's not what these guys are trying to do. So how are we going to introduce this idea of palate character into our store? We're going to do it in 2 ways. The first is in the physical store. This store is going to be organized according to palate character, which is something that's very interesting. The second is through our digital platform. The digital platform is going to be a representation of the store.
What floor are you on?
We're on the ground floor.
You're on the ground floor, so when people walk in from Water Street, they're walking by the store?
So if you're familiar with Water Street, you're walking in from Water Street to the store, and there's an alley that goes directly back to Brooklyn Bridge Park. And we'll talk about the synergy later. The on-premises retail establishment is right behind it in the alley. So they're next to each other going into Brooklyn Bridge Park.
Okay, and so the storefront is to the street?
Storefront is to the street.
Is there an entrance inside of the mall?
There's no entrance inside the mall.
No entrance inside the building?
No. So this digital platform is going to help customers determine what their palate character is and help them purchase products. So in the store is going to be organized according to palate character, as I mentioned. There are going to be sections for bright and crisp products. Bright and crisp is a palate character that's been developed by these guys. It's proprietary. Rich and full products, another one. smooth and silky products, powerful and extracted products. Working at the store will be sommeliers that are fluent in this approach. Repeat customers who know their palate character can walk in and say, I'm a rich and bold kind of guy, and they go over to that section and they pull something out. It's going to be all different varietals from all different countries of origin. What's important is that they're pulling out of a section that they have a high degree of confidence that they are going to like it because that is their palate character. New customers who walk in are going to be greeted by a sommelier, and as sommeliers have been trained to do, they are going to be able to dissect what their palate character is just based on their past purchases and whatever. And they'll direct them to that section. They say, you sound like a smooth and silky kind of person, you should go over there. If they have a few additional minutes, the sommelier will offer them to participate in this tasting program. And this is the most robust tasting program I've ever heard of in my entire life. Every day at the store, they're going to have 56 wines available for tasting. 56 wines will not be given to any individual customer. They're going to give three that are picked by the sommelier, who's going to sit with them, they're going to taste them, and they're going to use that and the tool that's available on the website to identify what this person's palate character is. From there, every time a customer purchases a product, they're developing their palate character. It's stored in the store system and on the website. So you can continue to develop your palate character, and the recommendations that are made by the store and this proprietary algorithm that they've spent 8 years developing is going to be updated to help their recommendations. The website, as I mentioned, is going to be a digital representation of the store's offerings, but it's also where the customers can see their past purchases and they can get recommendations. That's the absolute basic function of this website. However, if you want to take it a step further, a customer can record their responses to any individual purchase, what they liked, what they did not like, why they liked it. They give ratings to certain parts of it. And by doing this, they're creating their own palette on the site, and the site is going to use the algorithm to continue to recommend products to them. Purple FET can do this because they've spent years developing this, and because they're doing this in a very closed universe. The products that they're selling are products that they have all tasted and which they have assigned the metrics to. James and his director of operations, Aaron, who's here, who's a sommelier as well, have tasted every product that's going to be in the store, and they themselves have assigned the metrics to it so that it's absolutely perfect for a customer who also tastes that wine and they know what they're actually assigning the metrics to. They are going to have a committee of employees that work with them, and this same committee is going to assign the rating. So it's a very closed universe. If you're asking why has nobody else developed this technology, it's because one, it costs a lot of money, and they've also spent 8 years doing it, and two is because they're able to operate in this space with only the wines that they pick. And that goes to another point. The opposition is claiming, they have a broad selection of products. They're saying that you need to have a lot of SKUs of products in order to survive. One of the beautiful things about this store and their method of operation and this proprietary app and this approach is that it is a very curated selection of products because they need to be selected so that they can put the metrics on them, so that a customer who comes in and buys one thing and they like it, they know that it's going to work with the other bold and full products that are there. They only have a 10% overlap with the nearest store, and that's the highest percentage of overlap they have with any store. The others are 7% and 4%. And that's because they're not tied to the traditional designations of country of origin.
What's the wine concierge service?
The wine concierge service?
One of your clients is the owner of the wine concierge?
James is
Previously.
He's previously an owner.
What was that?
I used to help set up wine cellars for collectors.
So there was no alcohol, you would just go in and do the hardware for the wine cellars?
But no, I would buy from stores or from auctions and help educate and source the wines for collectors.
Okay.
So they're not tied to these traditional designations like the other stores. They have their own designations that they're using. And
With
so
everything you've talked about, it seems focused on wine. Why are we not applying for a wine license?
because spirits is an important part of it. The proprietary...
You haven't mentioned it once.
Well, because I'm talking about this proprietary app that they've developed, which is focused on wine. They are going to try and expand it to spirits, but right now there's no way to measure spirits in the same way that you can measure wine.
Why do we have spirits? Because that whole program doesn't work then.
Well, because we have spirits, because it's still going to be a very curated selection of spirits, and also the synergy with the on-premises establishment that they're doing. They want to be able to, they said, as the opposition said, be able to say that they're selling everything that they're selling in the wine bar in the package store. And the way that they can do that is going to be offering curated selections of liquor. And these guys will tell you they're not looking to sell the normal things that everybody sells. They want more nuanced products. They want to engage in a conversation with customers about why they're purchasing things. I just want to just touch on one more thing. So by curating a selection like this and not focusing on these traditional designations, they're able to represent and introduce wines from lesser known producers that don't have marketing spends of larger groups, which is a great thing. And they're also able to have a large percentage of products from underappreciated regions that are not represented in other stores. Wines from South Africa, products from Germany, products from Austria. I mean, that's an important thing, and it's completely different from what everybody else is doing. And I think in this market,
I guarantee you, if I ask both of those guys, they have wines from Germany, South Africa, and.
So we actually did. So
I'm not even going to ask them because I
we,
know
we did check the stores, and we did say that we have a 10% overlap. That's the most overlap that we have with any one store. The synergy is important. I know that the opposition was kind of mocking our idea of synergy. The synergy with an on-premises establishment is really important. People who buy in the store are not going to be able to find these wines in other places as readily. They're definitely not going to be able to find them in restaurants. So being able to have that opportunity in a retail establishment is very important. You could bring your friends and kind of introduce them to this idea of palate character. The entire menu of the on-premises establishment, as far as the alcohol selection, is going to be organized in this exact same way, so that if you like something from the menu there, you can go over to the store and get it. But that's not the end of the synergy. The synergy is with
You also can go on the internet, type it in, and I guarantee you'll get it in a day later.
Well, two things. One, not necessarily. These are kind of selectively sourced products, and of course, any liquor store can get anything they want. And two, I don't know if that is the best business strategy, is for a liquor store to be relying on their customers to come and tell them exactly what they want so that they can get it in a day or two. But the synergy that we're also talking about is that synergy with Brooklyn Bridge Park. 5 million people going there every year in 2021.
And that we're going to stop you there because you've had enough time. But I agree with the objector that an idea that a tourist is going to be your main clientele in a liquor store is just not believable.
We're not saying that it is.
They come in and taste it. They're not walking around with 5 bottles of wine.
Completely true.
I completely agree.
We're not saying that. They are not our main customer. We're just saying that there are 5 million feet that are walking through there. What we're really focusing on is Dumbo. Dumbo is important to us. And according to the last census, which is the only numbers that we can use.
Gotta wrap it up.
Sorry. There's a 67% increase in the population in Dumbo as of the last census. There's also, I just want to say, this can be viewed as a replacement store, considering in 2013, a third liquor license was added to the Dumbo neighborhood. It left in 2019, has not been replaced. So these stores, everybody was operating in the same environment in 2019 with 3 stores, 1 left. This would be the 3rd store in the area. As far as the sales figures go, first of all, Clark Street is in Brooklyn Heights. It's not in Dumbo. I'm not so sure that it is a comparable store.
Wrap it up.
Sorry. TBT did not provide any sales figures. Traditionally, the State Liquor Authority has said that means that there is an increasing amount of sales figures. York Street had increasing sales figures year over year, and their 22 numbers seem like they're going to have an increase again. That leaves Blanquette Rouge. Blanquette Rouge's numbers, I don't think that they provided 2022 numbers, or they would not provide it in the normal course of the authority. I have not seen them. I don't know what they are. But I mean, you have 2 stores here.
We're ready to vote.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Fan?
Unless you have questions, you're obviously welcome to ask questions.
Yeah, the principal would like to say something?
Sure, go ahead.
Sure.
Thank you.
Just to elaborate a bit on the idea of palate character, we actually tested this on people that had not tasted wine and found it to be more accurate than people's recommendations. So we actually tried the idea of people filling out a form online, and it doesn't work because people have a problem communicating what they actually like. So it takes them actually tasting it and then rating it. On the back end, for each wine, we have about 26 different inputs, and it really elicits unbiased recommendations that otherwise would be impossible without people actually tasting it. I think that's unique.
I'm sure this program is tremendous. The question is, does it need to happen here? And for you it does, I know, because you have a restaurant next door, but in reference to the other sales numbers and the population growth, which I know for a fact that people have not come back to this area. And so that's what we're dealing with. I'm sure that your method of operation is as good as you say it is.
Can I respond to that?
No. Because now I have to let Mr. Buscemi respond because we let you guys go too
Just
long.
30 seconds of that. there were some countries mentioned, types of wines, Austria, South Africa, Germany. Both these stores carry those.
And he acknowledged that they did.
You know, they carry those products.
About a software, that's a tasting.
And with regard to the store that was mentioned that went out in 2013, which was
That
2019.
definitely has been replaced. I'm not taking.
Excuse me?
That definitely has been replaced, for sure.
Yeah, and that store went out, I mean,
can come up with
Mr. Cohen, Mr. Cohen is familiar with the store that went out, and the store went out because it just couldn't, you know, couldn't make it, couldn't support it.
Thank you.
I understand.
Thank you.
Commissioner Fan?
Sorry, you were done hearing from us, correct?
I'm looking at the numbers of the surrounding stores. There is no way that I can justify a need of public convenience with these lowering store numbers. I am intrigued by your software, and so I would be willing to support a wine-only store, but that's where I'm at. Only because I realize that you've spent a lot of time developing this, and it's something that people will go to, and you have the right destination. It's just that the numbers really don't justify another store here, so that's where I'm at.
Agree with the wine only?
Wine only.
Yeah, I'm sorry. James just wants to mention that we did include a lot of support with our letter, including a letter from State Senator Kavanaugh, from local churches.
Yeah, we got it all.
Okay.
From former Borough President Eric Adams. Got one from him too.
We did not get one from Borough President Eric Adams.
Commissioner Ford?
Yeah, where'd you see that letter?
Maybe I'm thinking of
If you know that he wants to support the store, though.
He probably
He's thinking of another application.
No, hang on a second.
You don't have to prove it, it's fine.
Anyway, I would approve it as well if it was a wine only. But since it's not, I'm going to vote to deny as well.
I'm voting to deny.
Well, we
I don't
would
see
change
the
it to a wine only.
Hold on,
I'm
I
sorry.
don't see the public convenience and advantage. Like I said, it's a great program. I think the focus is, there's plenty of different places this place could go and still have the same attraction. And I realize you want to put it right next to your restaurant, or bar, whatever, or wine tasting place, or a tapas place, whatever is in the works. But as Commissioner Fan pointed out, the sales of all the closest stores, and they are close, one's 0.1 miles and the other are 0.3 and 0.4 miles, and they're all flat. So
York was increasing. I just want to mention that they would apply for a wine store license if that is, so if I have to ask for reconsideration for that to be done.
I don't think you do.
You have in the past, I don't recommend the practice, but you have in the past allowed applicants, you know, as part of this process to change it to a wine only.
What's the alternative?
They reapply for what they want.
Yeah, you can, they both voted for a wine, so you can have a wine.
So,
thank you.
Commissioner Ford, you vote to approve with a wine
No, I don't know.
only.
He actually voted to
He
deny,
voted
but
to
said he
deny.
would vote for a wine.
I said I would approve for a wine only.
So do you want to switch?
So would you be willing to switch their application to a W store?
The wine only?
Yeah, to
Yes.
wine only.
Yes.
Could my client speak to that?
No, technically the vote's already
It's
occurred.
changed here completely?
I don't think the vote is going to change. I understand your position.
All right, so transfer that as a wine. All right. You're all
Thank
set.
you, appreciate it. Have a good day. Oh, I have another one.
I was wrong.
All right.
Can we take 2 minutes, please?
Yes.
Oh, do you have another case?
I have a CNC, yeah.
Oh, go ahead and do
Yep.
it.
So next is 1432 Petite Bouchier.
Petite Boucherie LLC,
Boucherie,
Ben Savitsky again. This is a CNC, it's for,
1432.
1432.
this is a CNC for $3,500. They were DOB violations and
I'll
FDNY
accept the
violations.
I'll accept.
Commissioner Ford, did you?
I'll accept.
Thank you.
All right, we're going to take a brief recess. We'll be back on the record shortly. All right, so we're back on the record after a brief recess. Next item is 1383 Mr. Wine, 168 Inc.
Francis Buscemi for the applicant. With me today is Mr. Wang, the principal of Mr. Wine. This is for a new liquor store license. He desires to open up a store on 27th Avenue in Astoria, Queens. One thing I want to point out is...
Stop you. Is there any opposition here for that? No, go ahead.
All right, there was an error.
For the record, we did get one letter of protest.
Right. There was an error made on the square footage of the store, which I want to point out. When the applicant gave me the diagram, he added to the square footage by not including the 24-foot storage area within. He added that onto it. So the store is not 1,858 square feet. It's actually 1,480 square feet with 1,020 square feet of retail. It's in a newly constructed mixed-use building of retail stores with 50 new condominium units
So
above.
I'm going to actually just jump ahead.
Yeah.
He owned this store previously, tried to remove it, we denied him, the building got knocked down, they replaced it, and he's trying to move into the same building. So my
Exactly.
question is, in the meantime, he has worked at another store. What's the name of that store? Does he know?
The store that you worked at.
Oh, it's Crown Height Wine Liquor.
Yeah.
Can you look that up? Is there any Crown Height Wine and Liquor?
First, he was doing some real estate agent work, and then in 2019, he was working at Crown Height as a salesperson and delivery. Do you want me to wait or keep on going?
St. John Place?
Yeah. Oh, I
Yes.
don't know. You know,
Yeah.
is it on St. John Place?
It's on St. John's
Yeah.
Place.
Yeah, 1524 St. John.
You want about history or?
Yeah, just adverse history. Any recent, I don't care.
Should I continue? or-
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so as you said, Mr. Chairman, he first tried to remove the store. Unfortunately, he didn't realize it was moving next door to a rehab center. The board felt that that was a mistake, shouldn't be done, and said, look, you'll need to find a different location. We're actually, not adding, but simply replacing what he had at the same location. In recent years, there's been a great, tremendous residential development within 3 blocks of this current location, which happens to be a brand-new building now. You've got something like 6,000 units going in. When we look at the...
Let me stop you. Anything, Tom?
No.
No. All right, I think we're ready to vote then.
Okay.
Commissioner Fan?
Closest store is 0.5 miles away. I'm going to find public convenience and advantage and vote to approve.
Commissioner
Thank you.
Ford?
Two closest stores are bulletproof. I'm going to vote to approve as well.
And Chairman Bradley?
I'm going to vote to approve. It's basically replacing himself.
Mr. Buscemi,
Thank you.
the diagram is right. Just the questionnaire is wrong?
The difference in the diagram is that back storage area of 24 feet by 15, whatever.
Can you just send in
Oh,
revised?
I'll send you a report. No, absolutely, I intend to.
Good luck. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Next is 1363 and 64. It's Freeport Charter Boats Corp.
Yes, on Freeport Charter, I'm standing in for Mr. Mailer. Well, this is a $10,000 CNC offer.
So I see from the materials that they have they decided that they're going to dock early.
Yeah, they're going back, basically. He started advertising. These 2 events happened right after.
So I don't want to, I'm going to take hours away from him. I want him to be consistent with what he's doing now. What is he doing now? Do you know or no?
I'm not sure. I'd have to look at his
No, I
affidavit.
know, hold on.
I think,
After 11:30, not after 11:30.
Not after 11:30?
That's
So
what it says here.
So, 11:30. So I'll take the 10,000, but his hours got to go to 11:30.
Right, yeah, he stopped at midnight
Right.
already, from what you're told. All right.
Commissioner Pan?
Yep.
At 11:30?
Yep.
That,
And
you
I'll
want to add
take
that as a
10,000.
condition on the license, or?
The what?
Yep.
Yeah, it's a condition.
So it
of
would be a
license.
counter,
Yep.
it would be a counter offer.
It's everybody off the
It'd be a
boat
counter
by
offer, but it'll be
$11:30?
$10,000 with 1030
Alcohol with the 11:30.
1130 placed on the license though, right?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yes.
alcohol
Yeah.
service stop at 11.
Okay.
I mean, I'm saying yes, I'm assuming that's all right. That's what he's indicated he's gone back to. All right, have a good day.
Thanks.
Next is 1443A and 1443B, AVANT GARDNER LLC.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, Board. We're here, I'm Joe McClellan counsel on behalf of Avant Gardner, here on a conditional, reconsideration of a conditional no contest plea to determine that we've satisfied the conditions of the CNC plea that we have.
So that's not going to happen, so move on.
Okay. Well,
Because it's clear you didn't.
Well, after reading the last reports that I didn't have the opportunity to prior to our meeting before the board, I did have the opportunity to go through the report, and I can tell you it's blatantly a one-sided, non-independent monitoring report.
Well, there's a lot of pictures there that support what they're saying, and so you can call it one-sided, but I think the pictures speak 1,000 words in
So
my
where,
mind.
but Your Honor, Mr. Chairman, where in the report does it say how many people are at all of these events? It doesn't. There was 150,000 people throughout all of the events that they monitored.
And you can, I don't want you to go line by line through this report. Here's the problem overall. This license normally would have been canceled based on what you did. We went beyond where we have gone in 7 years and put a monitor in the hope that you can actually correct it. I have used monitors in past jobs that I've had. This, and obviously T&M was a monitor. They have never encountered any experience like this. And I have to say, I've used dozens of monitors. I've never seen this before. The monitor is there to help you fix things. Yet it seems to me that every chance your client got, they fought the monitor. We're not going to do incident reports. Incident reports don't just protect your customers, they protect your business. That's what I can't fathom, is that we're not going to do incident reports, and we're only going to do it when we deem it's necessary.
Chairman, I disagree with that. We actually hire Paradox when we don't have to hire Paradox. We have an
Yeah,
on-site
but then
medical.
when they ask for reports from Paradox, they don't get them.
We're not allowed to give them. We don't have the specific information. They're asking for illegal information. They've gotten reports from
They're working
Paradox.
for you. They're your employee.
They're
They are
HIPAA.
entitled to it.
They're not. They're HIPAA. I can show you the
It's very
incident
easy
reports.
to redact names and numbers and social security
And
numbers.
we provided voluntarily all of the HIP.
That's not what they're being told. And the problem is this relationship, which you already had a prior one with them. I don't even understand it. Why would you fight with the monitor? That's what I don't understand. The monitor, you signed a contract. Now, maybe, and I really, having read this report, I think whoever was giving your clients advice was giving them bad advice. Because the lawyer that writes a letter in to sit, or writes an email to the monitor and tells the monitor what they can't do, after Avant Gardner signed a contract that specifically says this is what they're allowed to do, what you're telling them they can't do. I mean, I don't understand where this idea, that monitor was there to help you, not to hinder you. So to sit there and fight with them and then try to throw them off, and you're talking about a lawsuit. The only one who's got a lawsuit is T&M.
Well,
you can file, go ahead and file it, and I'd love to see it. But I guarantee you're not going to get a dime out of them. And when you hire a company like this, they have documentation of everything they've done and pictures of everything they've done.
I'm
and
glad you
based
brought
on
that
the
up.
report, it looks like they have done what the contract said they should do.
Really? Because I can read you the fraud complaint that we have. I can read you, I can give you an example.
Your firm has lost credibility here. So I don't, whatever.
I'm not the previous firm, Mr. Chairman. I
No,
wasn't.
not your firm, your client. Whatever the fraud complaint they're alleging, go ahead and go after it. That's great. And you can go hire another monitor, because the last thing I want to do is get involved in whatever litigation is going to come of this, because I'm sure it is. But what I don't understand is the attitude that your client takes with a monitor who is trying to correct things.
With an independent monitor, we cooperated. When it became a cash grab and fraudulent
Well, so
billing.
let me ask you this, and I did narcotics too, a lot of narcotics. I don't know what and does that lawyer work for you, Victor?
No, he does not.
Candy wrappers and earplug containers, seriously? To the extent that they had to go and do drug tests of materials they found on the ground that were trying to be hidden. All you got to do is follow best practices.
We have.
His next argument is, you know what? We can't be overcrowded because our place that holds 3,000 people is just like Madison Square Garden that holds 25,000.
So give me the opportunity to not focus on what a previous attorney stated to you, and let me give you the
Well,
facts.
he's the one that the monitor was dealing with. So here's the deal that I see. You can hire the other monitor, and I haven't talked to them about it, and we'll go outside with counsel and talk about it. You can hire whatever the monitor is, continue the monitorship. What was disgusting to me was the advice that they got from their attorney, which was 100% inaccurate. The misrepresentations the attorney made to them and now have been made to us. And the security firm, who apparently there's a security plan, but they're not following it. So I would suggest that the security firm be gone, that they bring somebody else in, and that the owner actually get together with the security company and have security. Because what they're doing is they're collecting narcotic drugs at the door in a container that then they're not telling anybody what they're doing with them. Do you realize once they take them, they have them now. They're possessing them. And they're saying they're destroying them, but they wouldn't tell anybody how they're destroying
They're
them.
destroying. It's the same way TSA collects a water bottle and doesn't test it, what's inside of it.
But TSA has the ability to do that. They're a law enforcement agency.
We're going above and beyond. Monitor, waving down.
No, you're letting the guy in after they take drugs.
We
off
don't
him.
know they're drugs. They're not tested on site.
See, this is there's
I'm
no
just-
drugs. I get it.
We're not saying there's no drugs, but the amount of security, we've gone above and beyond hiring Paradox for every single event. They're only required for 5,000 people and
This is where
above.
I'm staying.
We have security, one per every 44 people, industry standards,
I
one
would
per
suggest that you
75.
get a new security firm, strongly suggest it, because they were hindering the monitor, and I don't believe they're not going to hinder the next monitor. And the next monitor is permitted to take video. They are permitted to take pictures. You guys are videoing the whole place.
We do. So why would the monitor?
Because they have to report to us.
To walk into a paramedics facility, that's HIPAA violation.
You're not.
I have an incident report.
You're not letting them videotape security removing people.
Let's go to the incident report.
You're not letting people. Why aren't they letting people being removed from the premises? Why aren't they letting them take photos of that? Because of privacy issues. You're videoing the whole place. Where's the privacy there? If you're in a room with 5,000 people, you don't have privacy.
There's 200 cameras throughout the whole entire facility.
And they don't work for the monitor. The monitor works for us. You pay them, they report to us. They're allowed to take pictures and videos.
Well, we do incident reports, and I'll tell you about one that was filed on July 26th,
incident
where
reports.
Mr. Gleason interrupted, and we had to do manager comps.
Incident reports.
Sitting down at people's
incident reports
tables.
when they're necessary. When you deem they're necessary, but
No.
nobody could define where they are.
There's reports done every single evening from Paradox.
Why is Victor in his letter?
I'm not
sitting there-
justifying what was said previously from an attorney, but I'm here gathered with all the
So why don't
facts,
you do this?
with
Go
incident
with the other-
reports, with
go
incident.
with the other new monitor, whoever that may be. Take your security plan with a new security company and follow the security plan, because it's quite evident that you weren't.
We are following it, sir. And the
How was it? How were you following it? You were letting people in that they were taking drugs off of.
You don't know that they're drugs. And we let them
So
in.
here's
There's no
where we're getting
fights.
down that road.
There's no weapons. There's no charges.
We got
There's
social
nothing.
media. We got social media pictures of your security beating the living whatever out of the customers. That's what we have in our file right here now. That because somebody sent those to us. They're on social media. So don't tell me there's not fights. You have 3,000 people in a room. There are fights.
We've had 450,000 people through the doors, and they find 2 wrappers per, when they dig through garbage, They are hunting for drugs. We're not saying that drugs don't exist. In fact, in their first report, they said it's not unusual to find.
Sir, I realize you're a new attorney here. The former attorney that represented this client said they weren't drugs.
So
to the extent that you got, and you all paid for it, they went and got them tested to prove they weren't.
And in the reports, in the last report, actually, what
So
they
don't
got
tell us
tested
they're not drugs.
was 4,000 people at that event, and they found 2 rappers.
They didn't find 2
There's
rappers.
more rappers outside this building that are drug paraphernalia.
Here's the deal.
The nightlife, they're providing fentanyl and Narcan strips 10 to a bar. We have more people in our place than the whole Lower East Side and probably half of Manhattan come through.
And
With
then-
no fights, no weapons, no assaults. We actually stopped the pickpocket ring.
You're
The rest of
living in a
Manhattan.
dream world, then you're basically you're telling me the whole report they sent us is untrue.
It is. Overbilling. They've hired people as family members who aren't trained. Their monitors are so, you know how good our monitors are? You know how much security we have and how many cameras? Because they have untrained employees. They have people, their monitors on camera serving underage other monitors. They have fraudulent billing. They're charging taxes on reimbursable expenses. They're charging billing that doesn't exist.
You want to hear what the deal is or not?
Yes, sir.
Because as I said, this license should have been gone to hearing, and had we proven the charges, which I expect we would have, they would have been closed. If the underage stuff continues, if the drugs and that you're letting people in that have been, and they're drugs to me, I don't care what you call them, they're drugs to me. If they're being taken from them and you're letting that person in, you're going to lose your license. If the security is not upgraded to the extent that there is security on the dance floors somewhere, so that people don't decide that it's comfortable to take a spoon out of my cocaine bottle and put it in my nose on the dance floor, they're going to lose their license. I don't care how many people you say you have there. That's the problem. So as I said, get your new monitor, get a new security company, and clean it up, because it's not cleaned up. You can't sit here and tell us.
I can absolutely sit here with this. I've been there. I've walked through the venue. It's the safest place in Manhattan.
That has an impeccable
In New York.
reputation. That
They don't have an impeccable reputation. Would you like me to read from my complaint? Because I will read from
You
it.
know what a complaint is worth until it's actually proven. I don't.
I'll
want you to
prove
read
the
from it.
fraud with specificity. I'll give you the billing of a $150,000 bill from
You're
monitoring.
not going to do it here. That's the deal.
A $150,000 bill from monitorship?
That's
And they found 2 rappers per event?
They didn't find 2 rappers.
That's what they did, and they went and tested it. This is an abuse. This is a cash grab. They took advantage.
Then go bring that to court. That's not my problem. You picked them.
You said they're pristine.
You picked
I mean, I'm just saying.
I gave you 10. You picked them.
Okay, and we had the opportunity to also fire them because they.
No, you don't. And that's the other thing. You don't. If that happens again, you're going to lose your license. You've already violated your license.
That's my question. How long has it been since T&M has been in your place monitoring events?
Over a month.
Less than a month.
So how many events have you had in the past month without a monitor?
I can give you that exact number. Probably around 20.
So you're already in violation.
And there's been no incidents, one police
You ever
report.
go on social media with all the people talking about all the drugs?
And I've also read on social media how great of an experience it is.
Well,
There's 450, this is not a small bar. This is a major, we have paramedics walking around the establishment.
Sir, we have other bars this size in Manhattan and Brooklyn. You're the only ones here. And there's a reason for that.
We're the 4th largest venue in New York, event space.
And the other ones, the ones above you aren't there.
And our medical numbers are less than 1/3 of 1%.
Former attorneys comparing Madison Square Garden to you, if somebody started smoking in Madison Square Garden, do you know how quickly they'd be removed? You guys are selling it.
We're not selling it. My client's not selling marijuana.
No, smoking, period. Cigarettes, vapes, whatever the case
There's a
may be.
smoking section for cigarettes. They're directed.
There was a place there that was selling cigarettes in a licensed premise.
That's not allowed, and that's been addressed. That was by a bathroom
That
attendant.
happened in Madison Square Garden.
That was by a bathroom attendant. Again, we're asking for the opportunity, to look at the numbers, our paradox numbers, which we employ above and beyond. We have traffic consultants that go out 3 blocks. We clean up all the neighborhood. We have patrol cars that go around. We work with the 90th precinct every single week. We're getting an unfair deal, and it's a biased report. We worked with them. Look at their first report. It says we went above and beyond what anyone does.
You picked the monitor. That's why I gave
We
you
made a
that.
bad choice. We made a bad choice, and they got greedy. They sent in
Then when we tried
employees.
to remove it, you said, no,
They
this is
sent in the
somebody we already
stepson
paid.
of an employee and his girlfriend, who's a school teacher. She's not a trained monitor. And they're showing pictures of overcrowding from one angle. Where are all the other angles? Where does it show that there was 150,000 people at these events? It's not in any of these reports.
But you're getting so flustered. You don't need to, there's no reason to
So
get.
I'm asking for reconsideration that we've satisfied, based on 9 months of.
You haven't.
We've had 400,000 people monitored at every single event without any major findings. They found a few drug wrappers on the floor.
No,
Just
this
do
is
the
major
minimum.
findings that you're saying are untrue.
So then if you
But
won't.
that's not even a logical argument. I understand you're getting upset.
So then we'll agree that we've already interviewed 2 other independent monitors. We're prepared to move forward with them.
The obligation is 1 year.
Then we're prepared to move forward. I've been working with Mr.
And I
Amarato.
would suggest, since you already got rid of the attorney, so they figured that on their own, because I read that was pathetic. I would get rid of the security company, because it's clear to me that there's not any interaction between the owners and the security company, or if there is, they're not listening. Because it was almost based on this report that you say is untrue, but it almost seemed like the security company wasn't aware of what they were supposed to be allowing the monitor to do. The monitor has unfettered access.
There was 2 incidences where when a female was being removed, that a monitor was up in her face. I'm sorry, in the heat of a moment, in a club or event with 5,000 people, that not everyone or reacts exactly the same way. Once they found out the monitor was there, but they do go a little above and beyond. Let's think about the consumer experience. We're in the hospitality industry here.
I know, but you're
The only
also
reason it's
thinking-
continuing is because of the monitor. Otherwise, you would have been out. So that's why you guys got to work with them. That's the point.
We're happy to work with a monitor that's fair and independent.
Just figure out a way to finish it, because it's also not that, it's not like we're taking what's in the report and filing charges. Like, that's not.
And that's why we voluntarily said we'll toll the time. We're proactive in finding 2. Then we're willing to finish the monitorship.
Just finish it. Find one that's reasonable that you can work with, and just satisfy the obligation.
And T&M was there virtually at every event. Is that what the board wants to continue with the new monitor? Every event?
I don't feel like just because they got into a fight, we need to change the boundaries.
I'm
of
not
what we
changing
need to
anything.
say.
No,
Yeah,
nothing's
like,
changed. But what they add, based on here, and you're saying you turned it over, fine. If the next monitor is asking for statistics from Paradox, they are to turn over statistics.
We're happy to cooperate
They're
with.
saying here they didn't get them. I'm just telling
And
you.
I'm telling you, we provided them, and they're provided on a monthly basis and a weekly
the one
basis.
thing the monitor's correct about, and I'm gonna make sure the next monitor does this, your rooms have capacity. Your entire building has a big capacity, but like the attorney argued in his letter, the former attorney, that look at Madison Square Garden, look at us, you have different areas. Each of those areas has a capacity. It doesn't mean if your capacity of the whole place is 2,900, you can put 2,900 in one room.
We haven't even sold tickets near to our capacity and our walk-through capacity, which is throughout the night.
She just showed me something today. Was it you who showed me the thing today? That somebody sent me something today that a ticket, it says on it, a ticket doesn't guarantee entry.
Really?
What do you mean you sold it to capacity? That's a sign at your place. That a ticket does not guarantee you entry. That tells me you sold past capacity.
That doesn't necessarily, it doesn't guarantee you entry if you violate any of the other rules
It
and
doesn't say
positions.
that. It says, it basically says a ticket does not guarantee your entry.
Well, I know that for a fact they haven't exceeded their total capacity throughout a walkthrough of the
But
night.
that's the point. It's not total capacity. You have different rooms. The
problem
rooms
is
have
that
their own capacity.
The majority of their space is actually outdoors.
It's outdoors and it's fluent and there's monitor and and even when T&M did a clicker, a double check of our clickers, it was less than a 3% variance, but they didn't report that in here. And they don't show a picture of anywhere else in the space. They could show all different angles. They show one
You
angle.
don't negotiate the content of the report here. You negotiate that when you call them. If there's a problem with what's in the report, that's how you need to manage that relationship with them and not try to fight it out.
You know, and unfortunately, that relationship broke down.
I understand, but replace it.
And we volunteered to replace it. We were proactive. We have 2 opportunities.
Okay, well, nothing is changing. I don't see how we need to continue this conversation because there's a room full of people.
Okay. So as a direction, I can work with Mr. Amarato to choose a second
As long as
replacement.
it's off that list, yeah. I mean, if it's not off the list, I'm not saying.
No, it's on.
You can pick somebody off the list, but I gotta know who it is.
There were 2 on the list. I have a proposal. I will share it with Mr. Amarato.
And do a framework that makes sense for your client with him. Like, just have the conversation.
Absolutely.
You know, he's a new person, so have the conversation.
Thank you.
That's the vote. Commissioner Ford, okay with that? Okay.
If I may?
Sure. Yeah.
Members, Meryl Lutzke from TNM on behalf of my colleagues Steve Gutstein and Marty Gleason. I submit that TNM has been nothing but a fair and unbiased monitor. As your members have pointed out, in December, when we first came before the board, there was an issue of whether the board felt TNM could be fair enough, having done previous successful work for AVANT GARDNER. We assured you then that we could. In March, we were back here again before you with the original counsel for AVANT GARDNER, who again stood, as you have pointed out, Commissioner Bradley, and said that they felt TNM could absolutely be fair and were clearly to abide by all of the prescriptions of a monitorship. Yes, we went to most of the events because that's what a monitor should. That's our job. We reported, we asked questions pursuant to our agreement and our contract, and we reported to you. And in December, January, February, March, that was great. By April and May, when the AVANT GARDNER outside started to open and the crowds became quite large, and there was overcrowding and there was increased drug activity because it's summertime, that's what happens. Those of us who monitor nightclubs understand that with the seasons, there are different problems that come up. When we started asking those tougher questions, because in the winter, there really wasn't that much of an overcrowding issue as you see in the summer, or the drug issue, or the underage alcohol issue. As we saw more and more of that and started asking the tougher questions, suddenly there was a new law firm. And I don't need to go into the details because you have all pointed out how that law firm treated the monitor.
That's interesting. What
and treated
you fired?
In August, which coincides with the middle of August. It was August the 17th, I believe.
Okay.
The busiest time when all of the outdoor venues are. And they have gone basically unmonitored. Just last night, a young person went to the hospital after a mosh pit fight and somebody's head was all full of blood. There are pictures all over the internet. You can look on social media yourselves about what is happening. Yes, we send underage. You're not going to find a trained monitor who's under the age of 21 because they're kids. We send them to 19 plus events because you want to send somebody who's actually 19 to see if they get a 19 plus wristband.
How do you know what happened last night?
It's all over social media
Okay.
with pictures and allegedly hospitalization of a young person and blood everywhere in the middle of the concert.
No, I had no issues.
So-
I had no issues with the tactics that you used. That's what
So-
we do. We take 19-year-olds and send them out to buy beer. I mean,
So for TNM's integrity to be impugned by counsel, and I don't need to tell you all because our reports are long and detailed enough, I believe, to give you the flavor of what's happening. But for every 2 rappers we discuss, there are 20, 30, 200 more that we didn't. And to
the issue
allow,
I had with it wasn't the number, it was the fact that I felt like this person, and maybe he doesn't know my background, but they were taking everybody for a fool.
That's correct.
What I could show this to my wife has no background in it. I could show these rappers to her and ask her what they are, and she would tell me. You know, it's well known what they are.
Sure.
Particularly when you're in a location like this.
But to allow a monitored entity to fire the monitor basically because the monitor is doing their job and reporting to the regulator, and allow them to pick a new monitor who, let's face it, will have to start at the beginning, try to learn everything, and by then the monitoring period is over. And you've told the time in the summer when it's busy, and now you can have a monitor who doesn't really know anything that will take several months, as we did, to really start asking the tougher questions, and the monitorship will be over.
See, the monitor, and they obviously did not understand this, and I hope they understand it now. The monitorship was for them. I don't need a monitor to monitor them, because I have an enforcement team. And I can send my enforcement team in there with underage people anytime we want, because we get complaints about them weekly. Whether it be noise complaints or people going to the hospital complaints, the monitorship was for them. And they didn't understand that for whatever reason, because they didn't feel the need that they needed to improve. So you're right. And I'm not concerned about the monitorship running out, because they're going to get an opportunity to improve. And if they don't improve, and the complaints keep coming, I have no choice but to send enforcement out there. And enforcement will not be knocking in the door and saying the SLA is here. They're going to go in as they go in. And, you know, at that point, given the history, then that will be the end. So they either straighten up and get the act in order, like other places their size, or they don't. And, you know, I know, because I opened the place, how much is invested in this. And they have to make a decision whether it's worth it to them or not.
I understand. There's another aspect, though, too, from TNM's perspective. It's not just the idea that this is a monitorship that has ended prematurely. It's the fact that, as you're all well aware, that the idea of a monitored entity being able to terminate, and obviously as a reputable organization, if we're asked, and we are by regulators such as yourself, for whom we do all sorts of monitorships and other jobs, whether we've ever been fired from a monitorship.
Well, you can contact me, and I will tell them that it was completely unrectified, or unprovoked, that there wasn't basis for it. But I can't put you back in there, because it's clear that the relationship has broken down to such an extent that it wouldn't be beneficial for anybody. Now, whatever you're going to work out with them in a lawsuit, you work out with them in a lawsuit. I'm not getting involved in that. But if you need me to you know, back up that it was, at least that we were satisfied with what you did, I'd be happy to do that.
Thank you.
And we have no problem with anything that you did.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I appreciate that. Thank you.
All right. Next is 1373 7A Cafe Inc.
Good afternoon, Frank Below. It's an offer in compromise before you.
1373.
I was gonna go to 1,000.
1,000.
Commissioner Ford? All right, can you at least introduce?
Yeah, I'll do 1,000.
To manager the premises outage.
I'll do 1,000.
1,000? Okay.
Thank you.
Next is 1379 Partition Wine and Liquors LLC. Partition Wine, oh, there we go. Sorry.
Good afternoon, Alexandra Becker of Whiteman, Osterman, and Hanna. On behalf of the licensee, Partition Wine and Liquor, I have with me Tim Bailey, the sole license principal. You may recall that we were here before you at the June meeting on a CNC that was related to this matter. The CNC was to correct effectively or penalize incorrect certain alterations. Okay.
Yep, I'm gonna vote to approve.
Commissioner Ford?
You got a hat trick.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thanks for coming.
Thank you, folks. Have a blessed day.
Thanks for coming.
Thank you.
Next is 1368 4017 Burger LLC.
Thomas Burke from the Law Office of Stacy L. Weiss. With me is the applicant, Mr. Dennis Verma.
you got some issues here with some confusion with the hours between what's in the public interest questionnaire and what the community board has and some things like that.
11:30 to 2 a.m., sir? Yeah, so we've requested 11 to 2.
11 to 2?
Community board approved.
And the community
What are
board,
what are the community board steps?
the community board approved 11 to 2. My client tells me.
What,
Community board approved 11 to 2.
until 2 a.m.?
Yes.
Do we have that in writing
We have 1 a.m. Sunday to Wednesday and 2 a.m. Thursday to Saturday.
from the community board?
Yeah. Well, that's not
Those are the
2
correct
a.m.
hours.
Yes.
Okay, those are the
This
correct
is part
hours.
of the confusion. We're getting different numbers on them.
I know, but I'm not taking, I'm taking the conservative numbers, not the,
We actually got 2 different letters from the community board with different hours.
I know, so we're taking the conservative one. You can go back and work it out with them.
So what are the numbers as we stand?
It's 1 o'clock on the week, or during the week.
Sunday to Wednesday, 1 a.m., Thursday to Friday, 2 a.m.
Yeah, that's correct.
But then
Okay.
but this email says 2 a.m.
Right, we got 2 different emails from them, and then they get different numbers on their
Is that a
on their
later
application.
email?
In their application, they said,
Is there a later email, Tom?
No, those
there's
numbers
a
are fine with us.
There's a September email from the community board, 1 a.m. and 2 a.m. There's a February email, 2 a.m. In their personal questionnaire for the 500, the public interest questionnaire, they said it was 1 a.m. and 2 a.m.
Okay.
And then outside, the community board wants, in one letter, it shut the music off by 10 and in another 11.
Okay.
For the garden.
I'm gonna
for
take the latest community board email, if that's okay.
Oh, you can do it that way. I was gonna go the other way, but that's fine.
Ready to vote? Or is,
Yep.
okay.
Well, so is your brother gonna be involved in this?
No, he's not involved.
Where is he?
He's working in his own business.
And what is that?
He owns pyramids. And he's
Owns a
doing,
what?
He owns a restaurant. He owns Pyramids in Hookah.
and he does real estate.
Okay. I'm gonna vote to approve, no security, manager as needed, recorded background music only, no dancing. 1 private event a month, no third-party promoter. Outdoor patio closed at 11. No live music outside.
There's
No live music,
Right.
period.
Oh, right, no live music, period, never mind. I don't know why it says, okay. 2 a.m. across the board.
Commissioner Ford?
And your brother's not to be involved.
Not at all.
I'll approve on the same conditions.
Thank you very much.
You do have the support, the ALJ says you had met the burden, so putting that on the record as well. Good
Okay.
luck.
Thank you very much.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Next is 1377, 3018 HP Ave LLC.
Good afternoon, board members. My name is Patrick Igard, the representative for 3018 HP Ave LLC. And I'm here to ask if I can have an adjournment because we had the issue to get the proper documents to be in compliance with the community board.
Sure.
You took the words right out of my mouth, sir, because I was going to send you back there before we made a decision.
Yeah, we submitted it. We're just waiting for them.
9:28?
Yeah.
Or you need more time than that?
Probably more time, so in case they put it on the October.
10:12.
Okay. Are you open now?
Yeah, they're open now. They've been operating with a temp.
Because I was gonna give it to them.
10:12, right?
Because it's not 500 foot, they don't have to go. But go ahead, yeah, 10-12. fine.
Okay, all right, very good. Thank you.
What's the number?
1377.
Is that okay with you, Commissioner Ford?
Yes.
Next is 1365, Carl Place Wine and Spirits, Inc. The opposition, Mr. Oh, here's your applicant.
Good afternoon, Neil Trivedi from Trivedi Law Group for 215 Glen Oaks Road for Carl Place Wine and Spirit. I have Ms. Patel, who's the president of Carl Place Wine and Spirit. I think we have opposition.
Let Mr. Lynn go first, please.
Yep.
Charles Lynn for the opposition. I represent F&J Wine and Liquor Corp. And with me today is C.J. Liu, who's principal of that corporation, and the other entity is Jericho Liquors at East Turnpike, Mineola. She was unable to attend today. Public convenience and advantage will not be served by licensing this applicant. As far as proximity, the public is already being well serviced by the current stores in the neighborhood. There are 14 stores within 2.5 miles of this applicant. I have the area survey and the list of stores, which I annex as my Exhibit A. Total Wine and Liquors, New York Fine Wines and Spirits LLC, serial number 1298486, is at 1230 Old Country Road, Westbury, but 1.4 miles from applicant. With the competitive devastation that Total Wines has brought to a robust area of Queens and Nassau, it's hard to conclude on that alone that public convenience and advantage will be served licensing a new package store, but 1.4 miles from Total Liquors. It should also be emphasized that the applicant is in the middle of two already licensed stores, each but 6.6 miles apart in the village of Carl Place. F&J Wines and Liquors at 459 Westbury Avenue, Carl Place to the east, and Old Country Wine and Liquor to the west, again, each 0.6 miles away from the applicant. Westbury, a village contiguous to Carl Place on the east, has 5 package stores within 1.9 miles of the applicant. Mineola, contiguous to Carl Place on the west, has 4 package stores within 2 miles of the applicant. All these areas are commuter-driven areas. It might be argued that applicant is a replacement store for Stu Leonard's, which closed within the mall plaza that applicant seeks its license. The Stu Leonard's space, almost 1/4 of that mall, is vacant, as are 4 or 5 other commercial units in that plaza. The TJ Maxx department store is the only named store in the plaza. The plaza has a desolate appearance with this combination of empty stores. This entire avenue of Carl Place is a vortex of shopping malls and plazas. I do not believe there is a residential unit within at least 0.4 miles of applicant, nor in the heart of Carl Place. Old Country Wines and Liquors, the closest store, is but 0.6 miles from applicant in a spectacular duplex shopping mall with a super shop and stop and a 2-story Barnes and Noble anchoring this enormous space of commercial units. As to population, Carl Place, the adjacent village of Westbury, and the adjacent area of Mineola evidence no population growth in the last 6 to 10 years, and I have that evidence as marked in my presentation as Exhibit B. As to gross sales, prior to the 2020-2021 COVID years, the second, third, and fourth closest stores all evidence decreasing sales as set forth in my exhibit and also in the documentation that you have. There is no evidence that applicant will be supplying any new lines of product, of any new services that the current 14 stores within 2.4 miles of applicant are now supplying. There's no evidence of increased demand for alcoholic beverages based upon population. There's no evidence of increased demand for alcoholic beverages based upon the revenue reports of the nearby stores. And there's no showing that the public is not being adequately served by the existing 14 stores within the 2.4 miles of applicant. Based on all the foregoing, public convenience advantage will not be served by licensing this applicant.
Thank you. On Friday, I've submitted documentations to the Liquor Authority to provide explanations and reasons why it would be in the best interests of the community to approve my client's application for a package store at Parkway Plaza located at 215 Glen Cove Road, Store 15. In support of the application, I've submitted patterns and the area diagrams as well. We're seeking a replacement store from a Stu Leonard that was operating for 10 years from 2011 to 2021. It was in a shopping center that occupied 9,093 square feet with the rent of $35,000 per month. After 10 years, when this lease was up for renewal, the Stu Leonard decided not to renew it. According to the landlord, Stu Leonard was looking or seeking some kind of an adjacent supermarket, and they found a location in East Meadow. That's where they currently have relocated. During the 10 years that they operated, according to the landlord, they were never behind in rent, and they paid up to $35,000 in rent. The square feet of the store was 9,093. Currently, it is going to be occupied by a grocery store that has signed a lease, which is called Aldi's. I've submitted a letter from the landlord indicating that they are going to take 21,093 square feet of that supermarket that is also adjacent to TG Maxx, pizzeria, other stores, salon, dry cleaning stores. It is obviously because of the Stu Leonard leaving the location just in May of 2021, a little bit more than a year ago, it has created a void in the community, and another liquor store, which is now my client is willing to occupy only of like 1,200 square feet. It's much smaller location and much affordable rent. The current location is vacant. My client is looking to occupy 1,240 square feet with retail space with 690 storage space. There is no basement. It is on a complex right on Glen Cove Road, north of Old Country Road and south of Westbury Avenue. Aldi's is it's a discount grocer, a Germany-based retailer, fourth largest grocery chain in the U.S. They're very aggressive in Long Island. They have already opened 4 other locations. This would be I think, the 4th one. And they're looking to open up in December of this year. On the opposite side of Glen Cove, right on the opposite side of this plaza, Weston Beef has also planning to open up. There's already a sign that says that coming soon. There's Party City across the street. The Glen Cove area in itself is a lot of commercial retail spaces, supermarkets, stores, and other businesses. As far as the other 2 liquor stores that they have objected here, there are basically, one is on Westbury Road and one is on Old Country Road. They have submitted sales from 2018 to 2021. The one that's F&J Wine and Liquors, which is on 459, from 2018 to 2021, their sales have increased. And it's about, I think, the one that I have, I think it's 15%. No, that's the other one. It's about 42% increase, the one that's on 459 Westbury Avenue. The one that's on Jericho Liquors, 342 East Jericho Turnpike in Mineola, their sales have increased from 2018 to 2021, which is 15%. Just wanted to point out that only the 2 further store have objected. The closest store, which is the Old Country Wine and Liquors Depot, which is on Old Country Road within the shopping plaza, has not objected and has not appeared today. As far as population, the population of Carle Place has increased very small, nevertheless has not decreased. So basically, the issuance of this license will meet public convenience because of the fact that a supermarket is now going to be occupying 21,000 square feet. Our location, which was Stu Leonard, is much smaller and more affordable. and it will attract a lot of customers, clients, customers to come in.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
So the members ready to vote?
Moment with council, please.
All right. We're going to go on a brief recess to conference with council. We'll be back on the record shortly.
Yeah, that's what we get.
You always say no to me, so I apologize. I didn't realize.
All right. We're back on the record after a brief conference with council.
Okay, go ahead.
I just want to point out that Old Country Wine and Liquor, I know there's always the presumption that the store does not, if they don't report, it's only because of the fact that they probably have higher gross sales and therefore would be and they're not in their best interest to come, but my client did go over there and they did tell him that they never did get the notices. And I'd just like to mention, I know I mentioned it a couple of months ago, that these things are being sent by email and they have been licensed since 2007. So it's possible that their attorney, had a different attorney, or maybe they just didn't get it. And that's
I
possibly.
actually, because of that, have changed my assumption that.
All right, thank you.
That they generally, in my mind, just didn't get it.
Also, they get very upset about having that notice within 10 days.
Well,
So-
if that's going on, that they're
No,
not
that-
going to get the benefit of that doubt. But
Correct.
I am aware that there's a lot of them not getting delivered for whatever reason.
All right, thank you.
Members ready to vote now? All right, Commissioner Fan.
Judging from the numbers, I just don't see need for another store here, so I'm going to vote to deny.
Commissioner Ford.
I'm of the same opinion. I'm going to vote to deny as well.
And Chairman Bradley.
I'm going to vote to deny as well. I don't see the public convenience and advantage. There's 14 stores in 2.5 miles. One of them is Total Wine, which is a 30,000 square foot store. So I just don't see the public convenience and advantage to adding another one.
Especially when you look at the numbers, they're just not there.
Thank you.
Okay,
Thank you.
Can we say something on it?
You can, but it's too late.
The main reason is Aldi is coming, and that's a next door, and it used to be Stuart Lane before, And after Stuart Lane, the main reason for leaving that is there was no supermarket. Now supermarket came in. So it is public convenience as per that.
Well, yeah, we just decided it wasn't this. I understand your argument. We just went the other way. Thank you.
Next is 1378, 5 O'Clock Forever LLC.
Joseph Levy here on behalf of the applicant, 5 O'Clock Forever LLC. I understand there's opposition. I'll cede the floor to Mr. Springer to start.
Good afternoon. I sent the Deputy Commissioner email this morning, and I indicated in my submission that the closest store was left off of this examination. So they weren't reached out to, they're not represented in any way.
Closer than 266 feet?
177 feet. And then this morning, I found three.
What's the name of it?
XIAO space XIAO, doing business as Lynn's at 106 Moore Street. But I found three more this morning. Only one of the four closest stores that you have is correct. There are three. The four closest stores are all within 0.3 miles. There's a problem with LAMP. The applicant missed it. You have the same closest stores as the applicant. We would like an adjournment so that you can research this. And I thought.
Hold on a second. If I can approach and clarify something.
Yeah.
Mr. Springer just brought this to me before the meeting today, and it was obviously very surprising to me because we're pretty thorough with this stuff. And so my clients have been pretty thorough as well. It seems there's a glitch in Google Maps. We believe that our four closest stores are correct.
I do too. I just find it hard to believe we would have put
And
two
the
stores
the
within
four
170
closest,
feet of
the
each
four
other.
closest on Lamp are also correct. If you look at this address, 501 Bushwick Avenue on Google Maps, you will see a different address than if you do it through any other mapping program. John
Well,
brought this
either
to
way,
my.
we got to go check it, so.
All right.
Okay, I'm
Let's
just,
go figure this out.
No, we're going to have to figure it out.
because I just told my clients about this, that we're probably going to get an adjournment. And they showed me that, yes, if you use Google Maps, there's a glitch and it puts it at a different location. However, if you use any other mapping
Yeah,
program.
I don't believe we put two stores within, and we're going to do another one. Or not do another one.
28.
All right.
I'm-
We'll figure it out, and you guys are welcome to figure it out too.
Just one more, I'm not going to be available on 9/28.
All right, when do you want to do it?
10-12.
Yeah, 10/12 is great.
Sorry about that.
Thank you.
Next is 1370, Born to Lose LLC.
Joseph Levy, still here, different applicant. Also a wine store in Brooklyn, different part of Brooklyn.
1370?
That's the applicant's
We have
finding.
any opposition here?
Yes, have the applicants here with me.
Oh, is there any opposition though? No, go ahead.
Okay, I'll
We
keep,
did get one opposition letter.
yep, I'll keep this short and sweet considering we're tight on time and there's still people here that haven't been heard yet today. The application before you is for a wine-only store from applicants that have experience in the hospitality space and the wine space specifically, who will be hands-on operators at the space. 3 of the 4 closest stores here did not report any sales, and we're not sure that they're all even still open. The one that did report sales has large sales, and they are steadily increasing, and they are also the furthest away. What our clients are looking to do here is they're looking to open a store that's going to focus on natural, biodynamic, and organic wines. They're also going to offer a selection of small production wines. They're going to stay away from the generic big brand wines. We've submitted a number of materials, so I'm not going to repeat all of them. I'm sure you've already read them. To differentiate the applicant store from the stores that are existing, not only is the product mix going to be different with very little, if any, overlap, the customer experience is going to be different. There's no e-commerce to speak of amongst all these stores locally, and they're going to provide all that. So what we're going to do here is we are actually going to be providing a service to the community that none of the other stores in the neighborhood are actually performing. And this is the Greenpoint area of Brooklyn, an area of quite large growth on the residential and the commercial side.
Do they know of the people that didn't respond to us, who's bulletproof and who isn't?
Do you guys know if any of the stores or the four closest are bulletproof or not?
They're technically bulletproof now.
Okay, so not technically bulletproof, but the same selection. As you see, we had them break down by store, the differences, and to categorize each store and characterize rather, so you can see what each store is selling. There's a concentration of lottery tickets, for example, in a few of them. There's near a zero crossover with 3 of the stores. I believe the opposition letter you got was from the 4th closest store, where there'll be a slight overlap. But again, this is a wine-only store. That's a full liquor store. It's the furthest away. They have significant sales, and they're growing year over year.
Who are you two guys?
Put your name on the record?
Oh, I'm Brittany.
Yeah, can I, in your supplemental, you referred to Brittany as the sole operator.
Then that was an error. There's clearly a few operators.
Well, that's what I'm trying, because there's 2 people going to be at the store.
Yeah.
And so she's not the sole operator.
No, she's not, and she's also not the sole principal on the application, so that would have just been a typo.
Right, that's what was throwing me off.
And you, sir, are?
Greg Goldman.
Greg, you had a summer suspension against a OP you had back in 2020, probably executive order violation stuff.
Yeah, my apologies. That's for a business that's no longer around, unfortunately. It didn't make it through the pandemic. But yeah, it's my apologies for not being clear on that earlier.
And for what it's worth, Greg's involvement in that business was purely back of house books and records. He wasn't a hands-on operator in the space.
Yeah, he just didn't disclose it on his PQ.
Yeah, that was just an oversight because the business closed during COVID, and it's one of those things that fell by the wayside as they were trying to stay alive. We disclosed one of his other places.
I'm not trying to hang you for it. I just
Yeah.
want to know who was who, that's all. Thank you.
Okay, Donald.
Commissioner Fan?
Since it's natural wine only, I'm going to vote to approve.
Are you making that a condition?
Yes.
With natural wine? Commissioner Ford?
Same here.
And Chairman Bradley?
I'll vote to approve. Can we just make it a wine stir? We can't enforce natural wine.
Yeah, I know.
Everybody calls it that, so let's just make it wine.
Yeah, appreciate that.
Okay, Commissioner Ford?
Yep.
Thank you so much.
Good luck.
Next is 1386, NEGOCIANT 54 Inc.
1386. Okay.
Good afternoon, Chairman. My name is Samuel An of An & G LLP. We represent the applicant. The applicant is NEGOCIANT 54 Inc. I have here with me the applicant, Miss Oak. She's the wife, and this is her husband, Mike Park, and he's the manager.
Okay, let them go first.
Yes.
We have some opposition here.
Well,
My name is Demetrius Manos. I'm the owner of Oakland Steel Fine Wines and Spirits located at 57th Street between 7th and 6th Avenues, just a short distance from this proposed wine shop. Many stores have opened near my current location. I have never objected, but due to these challenging times, this will be my first time protesting a new wine shop from opening very close to me. Firstly, everything from commercial to boutique shops already exists. This area of Midtown Manhattan is already saturated with shops that provide consumers more than enough options to satisfy their needs. Secondly, walk-in customers, internet sales, delivery service is already covered in this whole neighborhood. And lastly, all the existing shops already offer every kind of specialty wine and liquor options possible. The only thing a new wine shop will offer is to cut into the sales of all existing wine shops. It's something we can't afford to have. We have all been through enough the past 2 years. We didn't get a bump like a lot of the other stores came earlier than us. We got the opposite of a bump. We went down. It wouldn't be fair because COVID-19 almost put us all out of business. Many of us are just starting to catch up after losing so much money in 2020, 2021, and December to February 2022 due to the Omicron variant. I myself had to take out 2 PPP loans totaling more than $70,000 and an SBA loan for $150,000 in order to stay in business. Hotels are just starting to come back after being closed for almost a year when the COVID started. Corporate business is almost non-existent. Maybe 30% of workers come into the office now, with maybe coming in at only 2-3 days a week. This used to be a huge part of our business, especially during the holidays. Now there's no holiday business, there's no corporate business. And a lot of our regular customers that took years to build, all but moved out of New York City, and the ones that remain here, a lot of them work remotely. To conclude, once again, these are challenging times. We don't know what the future holds for us. It will take many years to rebuild our businesses. New COVID-19 variants can arise in the fall. We don't know. Please take this all into consideration. A new wine shop can only make it more difficult for us to survive in these uncertain times. Thank you.
What store were you again, sir? I'm sorry.
57 and B-Way Wines and Spirits Corp., doing business as Oak and Steel.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Sean Kim. I'm representing 120 West 58 Wine and Liquor, known as 58 Wine and Liquor. Also representing Sean 48. He got COVID, so he can't be here right now. And Shirley from 55th Street Wine and Liquor on between 5th and 6th.
The second one was the Sean 45?
Yeah, Sean 45. Yeah,
Okay.
he got COVID, so he can't be here right now.
Okay.
And then Shirley, her water main broke this morning, so she's trying to fix that right now. So basically, going on with Oak and Steel, basically, in 2020, I think we dropped 40%, 30%. 2021, we had a good year. You could see the numbers and all that stuff. But since the new Omicron variant came in January of 2022, I dropped a lot. I'm down about like nearly 40 to 50 a month. July and August has been probably my worst since, it's basically back to COVID times basically for us. Offices have not come back. They have basically moved to Hudson Yards, all the corporate, the investment banks and all that stuff. They're all at Hudson Yards now. Everybody moved out of the neighborhood. On 58th Street, there's usually bumper-to-bumper traffic. There's no traffic at 4 o'clock in the afternoon. There's no walk-in customers. Tourists has gone down. There's about 10 or 12 liquor stores within the vicinity. There's 48th Street and 8th Avenue, 55th Street and 8th Avenue. There's 3 within less than a half-block radius: 57th Street, Oak and Steel, Central Park on 58th Street, 6th Avenue, 58th Street between 6th and 7th Avenue. Then you have Columbus Circle Wine and Spirits on Broadway and 59th Street and 58th Street. Then you have a few more on 9th Avenue and 48th Street and 45th Street. Then you have Shirley on 55th Street. So we don't need another liquor store to come. There was a liquor store on 55th Street that closed down because business was so bad that they couldn't support the rent. They couldn't support anything around that neighborhood because everything has shut down. So right now we're trying to oppose this liquor store to open at this time. Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Good afternoon. My name is Rahul Basin from Central Wine and Spirits. I guess my concerns are about the same as these gentlemen have repeated. We moved from a smaller store to the bigger store. Our sales have been up, but our expenses have been gone a lot as well. And in that circle, in that radius, whatever they are offering, I guess the stores that are existing in that are offering the same convenience. I don't think they believe they're going to bring anything new to the table. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Chairman, Commissioners, my client location is located on the corner of 54th and 7th. It faces the 54th Street, and the entrance is on 7th Avenue. There are no liquor stores for about 5 blocks going south and north on 7th Avenue. The liquor stores that they're mentioning, we're talking about 57th Street, 58th Street, on towards Broadway. The closest liquor store, which is the Westerly, is about 900 feet away from our liquor store, a planned liquor store, and everything else is over 1,000 feet. We're about a block away from a liquor store that closed on, the address is 849 7th Avenue. They were inactive December 21, 2020, and their license expired September 30. This attracted my client to this location because the location is served by 8 huge hotels within a block and a half of this applicant. Not only that, there are major apartments and condominiums, about 8 of them. 2 of them are 30 stories high. Moreover, there's a new development coming in 1710 Broadway, which is about a block and a half on Broadway, where Extel is planning a 60-story building, which is a combination of offices and residences. I don't know when that's going to get built, but we're not coming here to run anybody out of business. We're trying to replace a store that was there. I have Mike, who's a sommelier since 2015. And this is their love of their life, enjoying wine. I'm not here to mislead you about the quality of wine, different kind of wines that we're going to do. We don't have a plan for that. Mike is going to choose his own wines and what's good for the neighborhood and make the presentation. My client also have good experiences in terms of dealing with the liquor authority in compliance. She has 2 grocery stores that now, if this happens, that she wants to get rid of, but she has no prior penalties, violations, and she also has a pending application before the liquor authority for a restaurant DELI, which is a block and a half on Broadway, and we're on the temporary there. We really think that this area will be better served and will be in public interest and convenience for the board to grant this license. Mike, is there anything you want to say?
Can I just say, the closest store is not 5 blocks away. That's me, would be 3 blocks away.
No, he said south on 7th.
North.
North
He said
and
north and south.
Oh,
I'm 3 blocks away.
I heard south. Yeah, he's 3 blocks away.
You're 57th and Broadway?
No, it's 57th and 7th.
But,
on the same avenue.
but I think you're
No,
interested.
you're on 57th Street.
Yeah, but he's on the.
And you're on 54th.
They're on
3 blocks.
54 and 7.
Yeah, 3 blocks,
Yeah.
not 5.
All right, thank you. Donna, we're ready.
Commissioner Fan?
All the stores in the area just really suffering. I'm sure you guys have a good business plan, so maybe a different location. For now, I'm gonna vote to deny.
Commissioner Ford?
I'm going to vote to deny as well. I just, with so many stores like right on top of one another, I just don't see the need for another one right here.
Chairman Bradley?
I'm going to vote to deny as well. There's a number of stores within 0.3 miles and 0.4 miles, and they all seem to either have flat sales or sales going down at this time.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Next is 1392 Lavish Lounge Inc.
$13.92.
John Springer for the licensee, Dan Ferrez, who is with me. I hope you got my memo. This was a catering establishment that was attempting to do something that was deemed out of class because he had a safety issue and he wanted some control over who can come in. So he tried to use private parties that were booked. They were booked.
All right, so I called him in solely because it appeared to me he didn't understand what he was supposed to be doing.
And you are correct. He met with
I think the offer's low. I'm going to raise it to 10. But he can't rent, as you, I'm sure, told him, he can't rent out to promoters and be open to the public.
He stopped that, and we're going to file a class change application.
Okay. But I'm at counter at 10.
I'll go with 10, please. Thank you.
Commissioner Ford?
I'll go with 10 as well.
Thank you.
All right. Next is 1366 Death Ave Wines Corp.
Good afternoon, it's Neil Trivedi again for
1366.
Death Avenue Wine Corp. I have with me Mr. Michael, who's the president of the corporation. This
Let me
is,
stop. Is there anybody objecting to this? Come on up.
Hey, good morning, board members. My name is Ben Needleman. I'm here in my capacity as the Director of Fine Wine Sales for Manhattan Wine Company on 28th and 11th to contest the Death Ave application for a new package store at 317 West 10th. As we submitted in our package, there are already 4 wine stores within 1,250 feet of the proposed location with a very diverse selection. There is no benefit to the public interest or convenience that would be served by adding a 5th off-premise to the West Chelsea neighborhood right now. West Chelsea neighborhood simply does not have the population density to support a 5th wine store in the immediate vicinity. With the limited subway service, the closest stations are about half a mile away. Our foot traffic is vital to our survival. And years of development and construction in the area have already reduced the foot traffic, and that's only been compounded with COVID and some related delays to the construction. Death Ave will not serve the public interest right now, with so many package stores already providing this robust, diverse offering of wines and spirits. In this neighborhood, we are struggling to recover from the pandemic and quite possibly have a completely different business model going forward because of work from home trends continuing. So that's where we are. Thank you for your time.
Let me ask you a question. Anna's Wine and Liquors. Is that nearby here?
Yes.
You know where?
I believe it is going to be up near it's kind of the Citizens Chasiamo area, the Manhattan West complex.
Okay. All right, thanks. Is that just open, Tom?
Which one?
Anna's, it's not on our list. ANA.
I think it's within the shopping center.
That's in Hudson Yards, right?
Right.
That's the one that's like on the.
Right.
We were talking about the plaza outside.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I remember that. But that's.
Okay, go ahead.
what my client is proposing, it's just a wine package store. This is, the size of the store is only 280 square feet with 160 square feet of retail space only. Adjacent.
You're renting a part of your restaurant to.
Yes. I had additional space where I could not put additional tables. So I'm complying with the fire department. I'm trying to use my space the best I can. I don't really have a lot of options for it. It does have its own storefront, access to the avenue, and that's where, you know, this space came from. I've tried multiple different scenarios for it, and this just seemed like the best bet.
And he's been operating a restaurant for the last 10 years?
Yeah, I've been in the location for over 10 years. You know, smooth sailing. You know, I too have been suffering from the pandemic, but our neighborhood is coming back, and we're in a location that's, even though we're relatively close to you know, this gentleman over here, it's its own ecosystem. I'm very far away from him in the sense of, you know, Manhattan goes. You know, I'm right in the Hudson Yards. I'm literally smack in the middle of it. And, you know, walking south from Whole Foods, you won't hit another wine shop for 10 blocks on 10th Avenue. Also, one avenue over on 9th Avenue, there's another wine shop right on 28th Street, which is also, I'm the closest one to them as well.
Is there a pending one that has not opened yet in this area that we approved? Go ahead, I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's okay. It's Manhattan West. I'm also bordering, I'm 1 block away from elderly apartment complex, which takes up 2 blocks. Right across the street from me is the old post office. It's 2 blocks. They're going to be reopening as office space. And, you know, when I say office space, I mean hundreds of thousands of, you know, new square footage, millions.
All right, you don't have to go on.
Yeah.
We're ready to vote. I just want to know the answer to that one
What kind of
question.
wine do you plan on selling? It's going to, for the most part, I'm going to be focusing on organic wines and just wineries that are being responsible in the way they cultivate and grow their grapes. You know, we're a small shop. It's 150, you know, square feet of just wine display, so it's not much.
I'm gonna see if it pops up on LAMP or not, but
160 square feet, that's like a bathroom.
Yeah, It's a whole, it's a little, it's an isle compared to,
Real estate, man.
Yeah, New York City is an apartment.
That's true, I guess. Isn't it?
All right, we can vote on it, I guess. Donald, I think we're ready. Go ahead.
All right. Commissioner Fan?
It's a small space, so I'm gonna find public convenience given the sharing of the other's business that he already runs in that location. So I'm gonna vote to approve.
Commissioner Ford?
Like I said, the size of it, it's almost insignificant, and not to mention the fact that you're still gonna be bulletproof. I guess you can only allow like maybe like one person in there at a time, but
Yes.
I will approve as well.
Thank you.
Chairman Bradley?
I'll vote to approve on the same grounds.
All right.
Thank you very
I
much.
just want to clarify, I don't think it's a bulletproof.
No, I said
No, it's not bulletproof.
It's not, okay, okay.
Yes, yeah. Usually when you see them that small, you expect them to be bulletproof.
Yeah.
Tom, it's called Citizens. Okay.
All right.
Thank you very much. I appreciate
Thank
it.
you.
Thank you.
Next is 1375 La Mesita Restaurant, Inc.
440 West 33rd.
1375, you said there?
1375.
John Springer appearing with the applicant. This was a 500-foot report that was unfavorable due to some inartful language about parking and vehicular traffic, which I corrected in my memo.
So does this have an outdoor space at all?
No. 10 to 2 a.m., recorded, and I think you're a restaurant.
It's operating now, right?
He has been, yes.
Okay. I'm gonna vote to approve 2 a.m. across the board, recorded background music only.
I'll vote to approve as well.
Commissioner Ford?
I disagree with the ALJ conclusions about the parking and noise, but I approve as well.
Thank you. I believe in the future, this would be the kind of one that will go, under new advisory, would go to the hearing bureau supervisor? No?
We're talking about, it's not to substitute the ALJ's decision. It's like if the applicant says there's a community board stipulation and these were the, but doesn't submit the stipulation. This
I
isn't
understand.
to let the applicant update, supplement its answers and then overrule it.
I understand. Thank you.
Next
Okay,
is,
hold up, can you just, Chairman, there, 440 West 33rd was approved back in March. And actually, the clock is ticking because the conditional approval is almost out.
Would that be one of the four closest?
I'd have to.
It doesn't matter. All right, go ahead. No, it's not for you. It's for the last one.
next is 1381 SKYWISE Lounge LLC.
What number, I'm sorry, Donald?
81.
1381.
Nice to be back live. Arthur Goldstein with David Hutcher and Citron. I'm here with Isef Yakubov. And we have a friend here as a translator. She could just sit in the front row if needed, or she could stand up.
She can stand up with him, that's fine.
All right. So as you know, this restaurant on the second level of a building that actually looks like it's the third level, but it's technically the second level. Basics, 116 seats, 18 bars, 30 tables. Decent hours, Monday through Thursday, they want to close at 1 a.m. Friday and Saturday, 4 a.m. It's an Asian fusion restaurant, and there's a letter from the local assemblyman that just came in yesterday. So it was too late to submit it Friday, but I have a copy here, and I did send it in to the commission. I don't know if it was.
No, we didn't get it. Does the applicant know the former applicant that was on a temp and got yanked?
The letter that they sent, and they mentioned the old, do you know anything about those people?
Yes.
Are you related to them or any relation to them?
Yes.
In what way? They're talking about penthouse.
Oh, no, I never know. No, I don't know about penthouse. Nobody.
Yeah, a letter came from the authority, and I questioned them about that. It's just different entity.
How did you find this place?
How did you find this real estate?
Oh, my cousin keep this building and. Oh, he works at the building? Yes. And told you about it? Yes.
Your cousin twice removed.
Yes, this is the one we.
Landlord, yes.
All right, what are the hours?
Okay, Monday through Thursday, 1 a.m., Friday and Saturday till 4 a.m., Sunday till 1 a.m. And they'll have security. Is the security every night or just the weekends?
I think every night is.
Every night.
Security every night?
Yes, it's 3 security, I think.
There's two ways to get in, so they want to have security when they check the ID. They'll have the machine.
They're going to use promoters? No. Well, you indicated it in the 500-foot hearing. How many feet?
They're
Your
asking if you're
application,
using,
the application
for-
says no promoters, but your 500-foot hearing public interest statement says you are going to use promoters. So no promoters. No. Okay. I do myself everything. I know this business.
What kind of music?
I like music, disco, karaoke.
Karaoke.
How do you know this business? It doesn't say anything on your application that you have experience in this area.
Yes, I have experience.
Yeah, come closer.
I have experience.
Doing what?
Here is 4 years.
He was
Cafe lunch.
licensed here.
Yeah, he's a licensed individual, 4 years here, and he owned a place in Ukraine for six years. You owned it?
6, 7 years, yes.
6, 7 years in Ukraine.
Okay.
So this person who's basically giving you the money to run this business, he also owns the building?
Yes, it's my cousin, yes. Yes.
And there's a loan
Yes,
agreement.
Yes, loan agreement.
It's not
I have
basically
it.
giving, it's a loan agreement.
Yes. It's like 7%, 5 years. The beginning they get the license.
Members ready to vote?
Yep.
Commissioner-
Questions?
No, I'm good.
Good.
Commissioner Fan?
Give me 1 minute. It's a commercial building, yeah? Is there residential in that building?
No, all commercial.
It's
No
all commercial.
residential over there, no.
Yeah, I have a picture if you'd want to look at it.
No, I think I see it right here. Is this blue building here? Right?
Yes, yes.
There's no resident across the
No,
street?
no.
Oh, I see.
It's Macy's, it's closed.
I see, it's in front of the
Yes.
water. Okay. All right, I'm gonna vote to approve. 1 a.m. Sunday to Thursday, Friday, Saturday, 4 a.m. Security guards as needed, principal to manage, manager as needed, recorded live music, DJ karaoke, patron dancing. 12 private events?
Private, yes, we do.
Once a month?
Thursday.
No, she's saying, she's asking whether you'll be limited to 12 events a year, one a month.
Is that enough?
I mean, complete
You know?
closing
Let me
down.
just make sure it's clear. 12 private events.
Would you
So
close
the
the whole
space
place?
is closed to the public. Do you need more than 12, a
How
number of
about
the
once a
commission?
week, 52 private events once a week?
Once a week. Okay.
Once a week? Okay, once a week, 52 weeks. No third-party promoters.
Commissioner Ford?
Go with that as well.
No
Chairman
third-party
Bradley.
promoters.
I'll vote to
okay?
approve as
It
well
has
under
to
the
be
same
you.
conditions.
Okay?
All right.
ALJ has concluded that he's met the burden as well, just to note that.
All right, you've been approved.
Good.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Next is 1384 Mike's Liquor NY Inc.
And my name is Sam Paul. I'm the representative. He's the owners. Representatives.
Good afternoon. How are you, everybody? My name is Tony Kai. I'm the owner, Mice Liquor NYINC.
We are here from the removal.
Yeah,
liquor store.
removable.
You're going from a not bulletproof store to a bulletproof store?
Bulletproof.
Oh, no.
It's not gonna be bulletproof?
No,
not gonna be bulletproof.
No.
Okay, because it says here that it's going
Yes, we can
to,
amendment for the bulletproof. He was decided to, at the first time, he was in the bulletproof right now, but
so you want a bigger store, but not bulletproof,
no,
No,
right?
no.
Have you submitted updated diagrams to show it's not bulletproof?
no, not yet, sir.
Okay.
You need to do that.
Okay, we'll do that.
All right, I'm okay with it, just submit the diagram.
I'll vote to approve as well.
Thank you.
But
Thank
you
Have a nice-
need, before you get the license, you need to submit the establishment questionnaire and a new diagram.
Sure,
okay,
I will do
showing
that.
that's not bulletproof.
Yes, yes. Thank you.
Approved, by the way.
Okay,
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank
Have
you
a
both.
nice day.
Well, thanks for waiting.
Next is 1396 and 97 International Food House Inc.
Good afternoon, Frank Palolo. As I indicated, these premises closed during COVID. There's an offer before
I'll
you.
take 2,500.
Commissioner Ford?
I'll accept.
I'll accept.
Thank you.
That's it for you today, Frank?
Donald, can I just have 2 minutes?
That's all we get of you, and you sat there all day?
I was afraid of another case, the chairman.
Yeah, we're gonna go off
Someone
the,
suggest that was
we're gonna
more
take a
than-
brief
Trying to
recess.
save lives, Frank.
We're going on a brief recess. We'll be back
Or at
on the
least not
record
kill
shortly.
any more.
Now. All right, we're back on the record after a brief recess. Next is 1408 Truth Astoria Court.
But you know, she acknowledged that it was, or she wouldn't have been so apologetic.
Good afternoon, Teddy Gonzalez and the owner, Sandep Singh. Funny, what a day.
Is he the, this is 1408, right?
Yes.
Is he the owner?
Yes.
So, what's going on here?
As of August, the 104th Precinct reports that there are a total of 69 311 calls, 99 911 calls in this year so far.
If you actually look at the 311 calls and 911, it also pertains to the second and third floor, which I met with the deputy inspector there. I met him at the precinct and I told him, listen, you know, you guys you have to do something because the people upstairs on the second, third floor, they're engaged in sale of alcohol and no one go visit them. And if anything happens, they say it's the bar downstairs because upstairs on the second, third floor, there's no signs.
Well, he doesn't have clean hands either. Otherwise, the landlord wouldn't be looking to throw him out. He's got hookah that he apparently has a permit for, although I find that hard to believe, but I'll take your word for it, that we weren't aware of. Can't have it unless we're made aware of it, even if you have the permit.
It has to be on your SLA license as well.
Well, the previous rep filed the application. He had mentioned it to him, but he never put it on the application. That's what happened.
And it looks like he's got, everything here seems to be happening after 2 a.m.
Well, we submitted a method operation change that he'll be closing on Tuesdays and Wednesdays at 12 a.m., if I'm correct. And on Thursday through Saturday, he'll be closing at 4 a.m., but no entries after 2:45 a.m. So once you're inside, you stay inside. Once you leave, you can't come back. And he's been working with the precinct commander. And using the method operation that we submitted, he's working on that right now.
Well, that's only been like 2 weeks.
How have you been doing that? 8 weeks. 8 weeks he's been doing it so far.
He's been inspected like 3 separate times, and they found something every time. I mean, we can fine him, but he's heading.
He's working on getting better, Mr.
He's got
Chairman.
to get better. He's not going to have another shot. He's been open a year.
He's working on getting
This
better.
ends up in front of us again, he's done. So they've now inspected him 3 times. They found something every time. That's, our resources are being spent to do that.
I understand.
We're only showing up there because there's complaints. We don't just pick people out. We go to where people complain. They're complaining about him.
You have security there?
Yes, he does, sir.
You're using promoters, not allowed.
Yeah, we already got laid off.
No. He's right now, they're not doing any advertisement, to be honest with you, because they're in litigation with the landlord. So they're just surviving on the regular clientele that they get.
What hours did you say you're doing right now? You said closed?
Tuesdays and Wednesdays, they're closing at 12 a.m., and they had it to 4 a.m. before, so they changed that. And Thursday through Saturday, they're closing at 4 a.m., but like I said before, in the method of operation, I mentioned that the last entries at 2:45 and no exits are final.
Sundays we close at 2. Sundays.
And Sundays he's closing at 12. At 2, sorry.
You might want to change more than that.
Yeah.
Because I'm telling you, this street is a problem. People are going to continue to complain, and you're going to lose the whole business. But what is this?
20,000.
I'll take the 20.
Your call, but I think, last entry at 2:45, they're still drinking till 4. So your call, how you want to run your place, but.
I can go with the suggestion.
I mean, he's willing to accept any suggestion you may have,
No,
Commissioner.
I'm not gonna tell him how to run
Okay.
it either. He's new enough that he can get away with these violations, but if he comes back with another list like this one, it's gonna be a problem.
I know they need to make money, but the later places stay open. It seems like the pattern is you get to where we are, okay? We don't want to see you here again, so try to get a handle on it, okay? All right. Good luck, my man.
Accept it.
Yes.
Thank you.
Good luck.
Next is 1401 GT Kingston Diner Inc.
Oh, I should have gone with you guys. I forgot I was only gonna buy a one-way ticket this time.
Timothy Allen for the licensee. Good afternoon.
Hi.
This is a default that looks like there was a mix-up. There were two pleadings that went out that month of June, and I answered the first one that had gone out on June 3rd. That was 160084, and then I don't know if it was my fault or my client's, but this pleading was not answered, and I would ask to return it to counsel's office so we could try to put together a global
Oh,
offer
it
on
was
it.
delivered. I just did this to another guy before. A guy at the restaurant took it, picked it up.
Well, I think
2,500.
2,500.
All right, that's fine. Thank you.
Next is 1389 Hamilton Parkway Corp.
Sorry, Donald, I'm not deaf, I was right.
1389.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Thomas McCowan. This is John Bennett, the owner of Hamilton Parkway.
So we're gonna withdraw charge 2 at the request of counsel's office.
I did see that. And at this point, I'm here with Mr. Bennett. I've known him a long time. He's not here to contest any of the charges. It was from an overnight into the next day, and the activity, it's reprehensible, but Mr. Bennett wasn't there, and he appeared and worked with Mr. Stravali the following day.
Where was he? Home?
He was home. Yeah, he was home. So what happened was, employees were there, unbeknownst to John, and we have a combination of EO violations, which are uncontestable, and then when Mr. Stravali came in, a bunch of code violations. Mr. Stravali actually complimented him on his cooperation. He did show where the code violations were rectified, and John's been affiliated.
He's very good like that.
He's outstanding. So John's been affiliated with the bar since 1991. He's worn many hats there. Now he's the owner. And it just was, look at the paperwork. Like, you can't defend it.
I'll go down to 11, like we did another one earlier today from 15. Been 2012 with not really any history. So I'll give him a benefit of the doubt. But that's just me.
I'll go to 11.
11. I appreciate that. 11's a while. John, say thank you. Thank you very much. All right, thanks very much. Thank you.
Next is 1403 and 04 Dalton
You heard
Bar
about,
and Grill LLC.
Eli's wife?
What, excuse me?
You know Eli Bosch?
No. Oh, yeah, I've met him a couple times.
Oh, I thought you might have known him. His wife passed away.
No, yeah, I don't know him that well. I don't know him that well.
1403?
03 and 04.
He lives down the street from you.
These two cases are related. I'm appearing on behalf of Terrence Flynn. Terry's assisting his mother with medical appointments today. It's a CNC for $10,000. They're in contract to sell the premises, and
I'll accept 10,000.
that's all I know.
Commissioner Ford?
I'll accept.
Thanks again. Good luck today.
All right, and Jonathan, there's no one else, correct? There's no one else. All right.
Can we take it? Yeah, just give me 2 minutes.
All right. We're going to go off the record for a brief recess. We'll be off shortly. We're back on the record after a brief recess. 1353 and 54 is an offer of 7,500.
I'm gonna counter at 12.5.
12.5, and that's probably their last fine.
Commissioner Ford.
12.5.
1355 is an offer of cancel and bond.
Cancel and bond.
Cancel and bond.
Cancel and bond.
1356 is an offer of 3,500.
I'm gonna counter at 5,000.
Which one is this set? 12?
5,000.
56, 1356. Commissioner Ford.
5,000, yes.
1357 is an offer of 7,000.
7,000.
7,000.
Commissioner Ford.
7,000. I thought that should be higher, but I'll accept it.
1358 is an offer of cancel and bond.
Cancel and bond.
Cancel and bond.
Cancel and bond.
1359 is an offer of 2,000.
2,000.
2,000.
2,000 accept.
1360 is an offer of 2,000.
2,000.
2,000.
2,000.
1361 is an offer of 3,000.
3,000.
Accept.
Chairman.
Accept.
1362 is an offer of 10,000.
10,000.
10,000.
10,000.
1374 is an offer of cancel and bond.
Cancel and bond.
Cancel and bond.
Commissioner
Cancel and bond.
1376 is a new on-premises wine.
I'm going to vote to approve.
Do we have the steps on this, Tom? Oh, I see, with the hours. Okay, I'll vote to approve as well.
I do have steps.
With the hours on the steps.
I'm gonna do midnight across the board. Bathroom waivers, okay. Background music only.
I will do the same.
So we're finding
I did midnight.
the seating okay then?
Yeah, I did midnight. Bathroom waiver.
There's only a capacity of what, 15?
Yeah, background music only.
Commissioner Ford.
Yes. Approved.
1388 is an offer of 10,000.
I'll accept.
10,000?
10,000, yep.
Yes.
Accept.
This place literally just opened a year ago. They're heading down the wrong road.
Good start.
1390 is an offer of 1,000.
1,000.
Council's office requesting that we sent back for additional charges.
Oh.
1390?
Yeah.
Send back to
1390, go back to
council's
council's
office.
office.
1391 is an offer of 2,000.
I'm gonna counter at 4,500.
4,500.
Commissioner Ford.
4,500.
1393 is an offer of 12,000 upon completion of correct.
Yeah, 12,000.
12,000.
12,000.
All right. 1394 is a no contest default at pleading.
5,000.
5,000.
5,000.
1395 is an offer of 3,000.
I'm at 8,000.
That was a default? 8,000.
Yeah, this is
Third
just
party promoter.
deliberate non-conformance and just open. 8,000 you said?
Yeah.
Okay.
1399 is a no contest default at pleading.
Mike, you
charge-
had a
Yeah,
question.
charge number 1 should be withdrawn. It was charged against an off-premises
All right, with
location.
George, charge one.
One.
Cancel and bond.
Cancel and bond, no.
Cancel and bond.
1400 is an offer of 2,500.
2,500.
2,500.
2,500.
1402 is a no contest default at pleading.
Cancel and
Cancel
bond.
and bond.
Bond, yes.
1405 is a no contest default at pleading.
I'm at 5,000.
5,000.
Should this just be canceled?
License expires.
They're not gonna pay.
Yeah.
Cancel and
If
bond.
they don't pay, they get canceled, right?
Well, yes, they will, but we have to go through a process.
All right,
though.
cancel and bond.
No, just cancellation.
Cancellation.
Cancel.
Cancel
No
and
bond
bond.
available. There's no bond available.
All right. 1406 is a no contest default at pleading.
I'm at 1,000.
1,000.
Commissioner Ford.
1,000.
1407 is a no contest default at pleading.
3,500.
3,500 withdraw charge 2 at council office request.
Commissioner Ford.
Which one was this again?
1407.
1407.
2,500. Yep.
1409 is an offer of 5,000.
Accept.
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 1410 is a no contest default at pleading.
When you wanted to bring
This is
the,
also tied to 1411.
This is a bad place. Where are you at?
I was at 7 for both of them, but I didn't realize they were together.
1410.
10.
They're a month apart. I would do 15, so 5 and 10.
Yeah, I was at 15 as well. I'll bring them
5
back.
on the first one, 10 on the next one.
Okay.
So you want
Five.
to do them separately?
Yes, 5 on the first one, 10 on the second one.
Commissioner
It
Ford.
makes a difference if they don't pay.
Okay.
Oh, okay, well, I know I see what you're doing. So 10 on the second one.
5 on the first one.
Got it.
Commissioner Ford, you're okay with that?
Yes.
1412 is an offer of 1,500.
Accept.
1,500.
Accept.
1413 is an offer of 5,000.
5,000.
5,000.
Accept.
1414 is an offer of 1,500.
1,500.
1,500.
They've been open since license is 1950. I'd go to 1,000 for 1414.
1,000.
1,000.
1416 is an offer of 4,500.
4,500.
4,500.
4,500.
1417 is an offer of 10,000.
10,000.
10,000.
10,000.
1418 is a no contest default at pleading.
2,000.
2,000. That was a setup.
1418, 2,000?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, yeah.
1420 is an offer of 1,000.
1,000.
1,000.
1,000.
1421 is an offer of 1,000.
1,000.
1,000.
1,000.
1423 is an offer of 3,500.
3,500.
3,500.
Accept. Oh, yeah, 30.
1424 is an offer of 1,000.
Before you consider this, they sent in a menu to show they're in compliance now with 3 items. The application that they submitted had a 4-page menu with entrees. So they're changing.
Going backwards. I'm going to counter at 2,500.
2,500.
Commissioner Ford.
500.
1425 is a no contest default at pleading.
Cancel and bond.
Cancel and bond.
Cancel and bond.
1427 is an offer of 3,500.
3,500.
3,500.
3,500.
1428 is a no contest default at pleading.
Cancel and bond.
Cancel and bond.
Cancel and bond.
1429 is a no contest default at pleading.
Cancel and bond. Surrendered.
Cancel and bond.
Cancel and bond.
1433, 34, and 35 is an offer of cancel and
Withdraw 9 and 10. Accept.
Revoke for the record or just cancel?
They offered cancel, right?
It's already revoked.
Well, that 2-year prescription is up now.
Yeah, it doesn't matter.
Doesn't matter.
accept.
Yep.
1436, 37, and 38 is an offer of 9,500.
I'll accept 9,500.
Accept.
1439 is an offer of 4,000.
4,000.
4,000.
I'll accept due to the age.
1440 is a no contest plea.
3,000.
3,000.
3,000.
1441 is an offer of 2,500.
2,500.
2,500.
2,500, accept.
1442 is an offer of 3,500.
Counter at 7,000.
Counter at 7.
Yeah, I thought that was kind of low. 7,000.
All right. 1443C is a proposed advisory.
Okay, to publish for comment? Is that? What are we doing here?
I'm
Are we just voting
proposing
to say
that
yes?
unless you see a need to hold it over.
Yeah, no, I don't see any reason.
No, I
It's
don't
fine with
either.
me.
I'll vote yes.
I vote yes on both of those.
No, there's 4 of them actually.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
1443D, proposed advisory.
I'll vote yes.
1443E is another proposed advisory.
I'll vote yes.
I vote yes.
1443F, proposed advisory.
Yes.
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 1443G. another
And
proposed.
G, the only thing that we're adding is the question of street level, so that my staff knows, you know, what you mean by it, so we can cut down on what comes to you.
Right.
Sounds good.
Yep.
All right.
All right.
I have nothing else, Chairman. Do you have anything?
I do not.
No. Meeting's adjourned.